I call this
You can hear that. Okay. We good, guys? Okay. Okay, welcome everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. It's December 15th, 2020. This is a joint meeting with the County Commission. We are meeting in our chambers. The county is meeting in their chambers, and we're all meeting on Zoom. So this is a first. So hopefully everybody just bears with us. We do have a full agenda today, so we'll get right to it. Any member of the City Commission want to make a motion to adopt the agenda? Second. Okay, that was Commissioner Simmons, am I correct? Okay, Commissioner Simmons made the motion. Commissioner Hayes Santos seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We have Ariola absent. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How's the audio? You got it okay?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good.
so I want to thank the public for bearing with us as we try this joint technology. Before we get started, we need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Alford and a couple of seconds from our Commissioner Prizia and Commissioner Wheeler. Mr. Mayor, normally what we do is put it out for public comment to see if anyone has any comments on the agenda. So that's what
Go for
we
it.
would like to do. Is that, yeah, so at this time, is there any discussion? No discussion. We'll now move it out to the public to see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to comment on the agenda. And I'll turn it over to Adam.
On the electronic line, sir, there is no public comment at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion is unanimous. And Commissioner Chestnut is not going to be with us today. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for the introduction of our new superintendent.
Okay, very good. And before we even do that, I want to congratulate our two newest county commissioners. This is the first meeting we've had together, and of course, we all know you well and know that you're going to do great in your roles, but it's nice to be sitting in the virtual room with you and talking about some of these issues. So welcome aboard to Commissioner Prizia and to Commissioner Alford. And with that, we would love to hear from the interim school intendant, Carly Simon. When I first heard it, my wife said, no, not that Carly Simon. But it's good to virtually have you with us, and we'd love to have you introduce yourself.
Hello, it's very nice to be invited, so thank you for having me. I am Carly Simon. I'm actually a Gainesville native, born and raised. I was educated in the Alachua County Public School System, and I also have all of my degrees from the University of Florida, including I was even born at Shands Hospital, so I am a Gator through and through. I wanted to talk to you about some components where we could really benefit from having the city and the county to support us in some of our efforts, because our education system is important to the community collectively. And there's many joint efforts that I think we need to work together on, because it just cannot be resolved only by a school district. I mean, the specific concerns regarding equity to high quality education is a county and a city concern. I have some items that I was hoping to talk to you about just to address that. And then I wanted to discuss what we're bringing up on the agenda tonight, so you can have an idea of where our concerns are lying. And so I guess I was wanting to get permission, if that was all right, to kind of give you a background of immediate needs and possible opportunities that we could have.
Yeah, be fine.
Okay, so one of the immediate needs is that we had an executive order from the governor in the fall to allow us to have an innovative option for delivering instruction, and predominantly that would be in an online digital setting. And so that was only for the first semester, and so the governor has asked for a renewal of the executive order, and that renewal now has additional components where we are seeing a component with students who are having attendance concerns as well as student performance concerns. And the governor would like us to address that. And I don't know if you've been keeping up with much of the media nationwide about this, but this is a concern nationwide, is that student performance in the COVID environment is not to the level that we would hope and expect, and this includes attendance. And so just to give you a snapshot of what is occurring right now in our county, so the first quarter, the county had 57,162 days of students being absent, and that is up 7,000 days from the previous year. And just to add some context, a quarter is a 45-day period. So as you can imagine, 57,000 days is quite a bit of absenteeism. When students aren't present, that obviously impacts their proportion or their performance. And we are proportionately or disproportionately having students who are African American who have the high absentee numbers. So we want to, in our executive order, address that. And so we have some interventions that we are doing at the school level and the building level. We also are, obviously needing more opportunities to support families and interact with families. And some of those concerns obviously have a price tag associated with them due to the fact that we're talking about employment of individuals to reach out. And so we do have those family liaison type needs, and also like clerical supports to check in with students, especially at our junior and our middle school and high school level. But we're also looking for some supports from the city and the county to really set a marketing message that going and getting your education is important. It's something that we need to have effort. And so I was hoping that this introduction, we could kind of talk about ways that we could collaborate maybe at another time, but messaging matters. And this is a public health campaign in my vision, as far as, educated individuals are important for a healthy society. And so I see it in that manner. One of the things that I also would like to bring to your attention, and this is a discussion about the rezoning of the new school that is being built over by the Oakmont neighborhood, is that school effort for building this property was to manage our imbalance in our student capacity. So we have the overflow of students on the west side, but it is also important to note that we have under enrollment on the east side. And what we are going to be talking about some of the proposed options, but we have some information that we'll be sharing with the board today. And even with this new school after 5 years, we are at the capacity issue on all of our plans. We have some plans that will only last 3 years, and we actually have, of the options that have been presented in the past, they won't help with the capacity to the level that we're wanting. So we do recognize that although the school is going to be important, we also are definitely understanding that a county-wide rezoning effort needs to take place. And so we do want to have time to talk with the city and the county about how that looks, because we realize that we are going to need to have people able to get to these schools that are offering high quality education throughout the county. And we'd like to see ways of how we can work together. Those are the hot items right now that I am addressing in my 7th day of being superintendent. And so I hope we can have some more discussions about how we can do well for our community and ensure that all of our students have access to high quality education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Mr. Chair, I see your hand is up. Did you want to get in here?
Just very briefly, I just wanted to say welcome. It's wonderful to see some action items from an introduction opportunity, and you are the exact right person in the exact right seat at the exact right time. And so, Carly, welcome to this deliberative body and bodies. We have a lot on our agenda, or we could probably spend the entire time talking through some of these issues with the school board, and I look forward to those interactions going forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, welcome, Superintendent Simon. I'm thrilled that you're there. I'm glad that there are people there, especially that are ready and willing to take on the big challenge of equity and making sure that all of our children are educated in our county. I am ready to, based upon some of what Superintendent Simon said, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I'd like to direct city staff to work with school board staff on messaging about absenteeism. And I'd also like to move that we do something really ambitious. Have a city county school board meeting sometime in late spring, let's say around April, maybe after the, to be determined based upon, 20 people's schedules, to talk about countywide rezoning efforts as well as other items that can be collaborated between the city, county, and school board.
Okay, so motion to coordinate with messaging on the importance of attending class, whether it's virtual or in person, and a joint city, or I don't know if it's joint, a three-way city, county, school board meeting sometime in the spring. Is there a second to the motion? Second. Was that you, Commissioner Hayes Santos? Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Anybody over at the county want to? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll recognize Commissioner Frizia for a mirror motion, I presume. Commissioner Frizia, you're recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to mirror the motion on the county side that we support the messaging efforts around absenteeism and the importance of attendance as a public health in public health for our community, and also a motion to support a county city school board meeting in the spring.
Got a second from Commissioner Wheeler. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you for a public discussion, and we'll bring it back for a vote.
Adam, over to you. Anybody from the public wishes to comment on the motion?
Thank you, sir. We have 2 speakers, but they are not on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. We'll move back to the commission for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Chair?
And back to the county. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Superintendent Simon, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thanks for introducing yourself, Ms. Simon, and we look forward to that meeting this spring. And of course, in the meantime, if there's any way we can assist, don't hesitate to reach out. All right. Our next
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Our next item is a item that is being brought forward by Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Prizia on city-county collaborative community food projects and policy. So, Commissioner Johnson, you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure, I will. Thank you. So we're going to attempt to present this item together virtually over Zoom. It's a subject that is near and dear to both of our hearts, and that's our local food system. And we're here to begin a conversation about the city and the county working together to address some of the challenges and deficiencies in our local food system. And when I talk about a local food system, it's a network, it's a collaborative network of that integrates sustainable food production, and the important word there is sustainable, processing, distribution, consumption, and waste management, in order to enhance the environmental, economic, and social health of Alachua County and the city. And overall, our approach should be to look at the food system and the community involvement in that in innovative ways. I don't think ways that we've been looking at it in the past. And it's about creating a community-centered and collaborative approach to improving food security, revitalizing our urban spaces, localizing the food culture, and supporting both an urban and rural farming community centered on equity, resilience, and sustainability. So what I found in the past 2.5 years since I've been in office is that what we're really good at in the city and county is emergency food assistance. The Bread of the Mighty does exceptional work. We have Farm Share. We have citizens that take it upon themselves to actually deliver food daily to people. What was really impressive to me was when UF, the city, and the county got together and did a joint event where people either came and they got food from the site, or it was delivered. And an amazing effort, collaborative effort, but to me that is needed, but also just a Band-Aid. So what we're talking about today is going beyond the Band-Aid. I feel something that we can improve on and something that we have not addressed is the repeated need to access to high quality, nutritious food in both the east, we can call it out east, East Gainesville, and also the eastern part of our county. We haven't been great at addressing food as an entire system. We haven't been great at really creating the conditions for a sustainable and resilient food system. And personally, this is a food justice issue to me. I think that access to healthy, fresh food is a human right, and especially in the United States with so many resources, and also in our county we have a really rich agricultural community here. And more than just food deserts, which is some of what we're going to talk about today, is food justice, and it looks at the entire system. And we talk about the social and racial inequities that are at play in our local food system. So I also believe that this conversation dovetails with some of what we talked about last week about the health inequities, right? Because if you have a heat map of mortality and the chronic conditions like diabetes and high blood pressure, if you overlay that map with a map of Gainesville, it's going to be clear where the negative outcomes are. And for years, we have not responded to requests for grocery stores on the east side of town. And in the backup, what I've done, actually Commissioner Prizzi and I, we put together kind of a laundry list of things that can help in this. And it's not our intention to go over every single piece today. It's about highlighting some things that we can start working on collaboratively together today. And I'm of the mindset that we should begin the process of envisioning a community-run brick-and-mortar grocery store, but I also realize that it's going to take time to get there. So in between the time of potentially doing that big project and knowing the needs in the community, there are some steps along the way. So I'm going to pass it over to Commissioner Prizia to talk about some of the steps along the way to begin addressing food access in the county and in the eastern part of the county and East Gainesville.
Thank you, Gail. Can everyone hear me okay? COVID-19 made it clearer than ever that our local food system is a really critical resource for us to ensure food security. And I think that we saw our community turn towards those local farms and businesses to provide for us when that global supply chain failed us. So I really think that as part of our efforts to plan for future crises, for climate change, and to ensure that we're growing our economy while supporting equity and access to health and well-being for our communities, we need to develop an overall food strategy, as Commissioner Johnson mentioned, that will help us achieve the goals that we've outlined in our comprehensive plans and in our land development codes, and that can connect our climate action planning efforts to these codes, since agriculture and food systems are such a huge contributor of carbon and an important part of the solution. The foundation of doing this work to me is about data and transparency. Data is powerful. It drives good policy and decision making. It informs efficient programming, and it helps us to tell stories. So before we start to write a roadmap for where we want to go and really analyze those lists of ideas, I think we need good information on how we're operating. We also need transparency in how and why we're making decisions. I think it's critical to effectively engaging our community in governance and working towards equity. In order to achieve this data and transparency, I think we need to start on a path for start us on a path for that effective food strategy. I propose that we begin with two efforts. Both of these are efforts that the county staff have done some work on already, so we've got a little bit of a leg up. The first is inventorying and depicting our food-related assets in an interactive map, so that we can more easily think about how to build on these assets and strategically invest our resources to address community needs and improve health. The map can highlight all aspects of our food shed, so not only agriculture, processing and distribution channels, but also retail food access through farmers markets, grocery stores, corner stores, and food insecurity support from food pantries, food banks, and assistance program efforts like WIC and SNAP offices. In addition to providing this map, this will, as an interactive platform for our community, it will be a tool that will allow for data analysis, easy updating, hopefully, and tracking of progress towards our goals. Second, I think we need to think about our practices and how our own public money is spent, and if that reflects the values that we want to see in our community. Procurement practices and policies are the main way that institutions can drive change and innovation in industry, or one main way anyway. So based on the research and recommendations by UF-IFAS in the summer of last year, and following the lead of our Alachua County School Board, thank you, Carly Simon and Maria Eunice and all the folks who are continuing to keep this alive and well, I would like to propose that we participate in the National Good Food Purchasing Program and ask our fellow institutions, the city, UF Health, and the Sheriff's Office through the jail to do the same. This program provides a metrics-based framework that will allow us to direct our buying power through 5 core values. You'll see it in your backup, more information, but these values include local economy, environmental sustainability, valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition. The first step in this process would be just a baseline assessment. So you're not making any major commitments now if we go this route, but it gives us a chance to understand where we are and then to use this data to set policy and goals on each of these fronts. In addition to these efforts, as we're gathering this good decisions, as Commissioner Johnson mentioned, we already know and have made so many promises to address food deserts or food apartheid, depending on who you speak with, in our community, and it's time to do something about this now. There are a number of planning efforts going on as we speak in the community. The city is working on their food security plan. Working Food has an economic development grant from the county. There was a recent USDA grant granted to Grace Groves to develop a food security plan for Southeast Gainesville, and I'm sure there's many more I'm not mentioning today. And these are going to help us as we develop that comprehensive strategy, but we can't ignore the fact that people need nutritious food for their families now. I think one example of something I think we could do is the Healthy Corner Store initiative. It's an effort to work with existing locally owned businesses to expand nutritious food, to provide technical support, store rehabilitation, and equipment needed for them to be able to offer nutritious food and fresh, healthy food in their neighborhoods and in rural areas where there isn't as much access. So I would also like to ask our staff and other community to explore this and other community programs that we could implement that would build incentives and or requirements for food businesses like corner stores, gas stations, discount food stores, to provide fresh produce, staple food items, and nutritious shelf-stable food items. I have a motion that I've prepared that sort of highlights these 3 areas that I mentioned today, and I'd like to put it on the floor for us to discuss. I move that we, 1, direct county staff to lead a collaborative effort with the city and other stakeholders, such as community organizations and extension, to develop an interactive map of our local food system. That includes, but is not limited to, food security, food retail, and farms and agriculture, processing and distribution. I would also like to move that a second to that second part of that motion is that we sign on to the Good Food Purchasing Program to do a baseline study and reach out to our fellow institutions to encourage them to join us. And the third part of my motion is that we direct county staff to work with city staff to bring back options, including incentives and requirements for food businesses to provide fresh produce and staple food items and nutritious food items to expand in areas classified as food deserts and rural areas.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Chair, do you have anybody, thank you, Ms. Prezia, do you have anybody over on your side that would like to comment at this time before we come back to the commission? Looks like you're good, I don't see any hands. Okay, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Johnson.
Mayor, I'm prepared to make a mayor motion, but I'm going to add a couple of different items to ours. One is that there is already an effort happening in strategic initiatives with some research as well as in our policy research department. So this is more about formalizing it and having it come back to our January 15th meeting when we're going to be discussing this item. So that is the city provide policy research on alternative brick and mortar access initiatives, including but not limited to A, a government-supported grocery store, B, grocery stores in schools, C, grocery stores located in low-income and/or public housing, and D, multi-purpose facilities that include grocery stores similar to the Evans Center, which is in the backup, and I think our city manager has worked on in the past. And then the second piece that is different from their motion is direct city staff to identify potential areas of collaboration between the city and the county around the food access initiative to present to us during the January 15th meeting. So whatever they have and whatever they're going to present to us to work with county staff on any areas of collaboration. And then the rest of the motion is the city provide is direct city staff to participate in a collaborative effort with the county and other stakeholders.
The motion is the same as her 234.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Gail.
Yes, it is exact same as 234. Do you all need me to?
No, we have it on the screen.
Okay.
No, we have it on the screen. I'm just going to ask our manager when you're done to comment on it.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Sacco. The motion was made by Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner, I believe is that you, Madam Attorney? Commissioner Simmons.
I have a question because I was confused on Commissioner Prizio's number 3. I didn't fully understand what was the one. Is that, and I don't think it's our number 3 up here. I just didn't follow through what she said her third ask was, because
I think it's, Commissioner Simmons, I think it's number 4 on your motion, but I'll let Commissioner Prizio comment on that.
If it's number 3, the Good Food Purchasing Program that you're looking for clarification on?
it was your number 3.
My number 3.
Yes. I don't
Yeah, so my number 3 is your number 4, which is to direct our county staff to work with city staff to bring back options for incentives and or requirements for food-based businesses to provide fresh produce and staple food items and shelf-stable nutritious items to expand food, that access to that food in food deserts and rural areas. And what I mean by that is that we would look at, are there places in our policies where we could increase requirements for businesses to carry nutritious food and healthy food, and or are there programs such as the Healthy Corner Store Initiative, which I spoke briefly about and is in your backup, that we could help support in order to be able to expand access to nutritious food in areas that are considered food deserts in our community.
Could you add, because I would like for this to be specific when you said I'm reading our number 4, the last sentence, where it says nutritious shelves, stable food items, and to expand locally farm food in areas classified as food deserts, including urban and rural areas. Could you add that term?
Absolutely.
Urban?
Yes, ma'am.
So we add food deserts in urban and rural areas.
You okay with that, Commissioner Prizio? Seconder, okay with that, Commissioner Alford?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner
Got it,
Johnson?
Commissioner Simmons.
Okay.
You okay?
Thank you.
You okay with that? Okay. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I think we have Commissioner Ward next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Prizio, for moving this forward. It's come a long way since we had an overflowing meeting down in room 16 in June of 2018. I really appreciate all the work that's been done on this. I'm very pleased to that there's careful wording that we don't just say in this part of town, because food inaccessibility is a problem in a variety of parts of Gainesville. Certainly it's a big problem in East Gainesville, but communities like Pine Grove and Phoenix and other neighborhoods represent thousands of people who are food insecure across our community. So it stretches out in a variety of places, and there's room in here for that to work in each of those communities. So I really like that. I absolutely want us to look for ways to incentivize and or require and join in the creation of better food opportunities. I'm not excited about us, the Baldwin model is really cool, but I don't think it transfers directly to Gainesville. But there are lots of ways for us to support as a city and as a county similar things that will bear fruit, so to speak. So I'm looking forward to this moving forward. I wonder if on item 5, Commissioner Johnson, if we might insert UF into that as well, particularly IFAS. As with the healthcare discussion, it's an enormous resource right here in Gainesville that many communities would kill to have, and I wonder if we can go out of our way to include them and make direct asks of UF and of IFAS specifically. Come up with ways that we can say, this is how we want you to participate. And that meets a need for them, and it certainly meets a need for our community. I'd also like to see us have, not that I want to create more bureaucracy, but I'd like a way for us to create a working group that is more formal than commissioners calling each other and working on things. Between the city, the county, potentially the school board, UF, and Santa Fe. I wonder if there's some more formal way to get us linked on food inequities. And it doesn't necessarily need to be in this motion, but I would like us to think about that as we move forward to January 15th and see if there's a way that it can be more formal about that process so that it's a thing that has motion and is less easily forgotten, less easily pushed aside. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you again to Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Pritzker for moving this forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Pritzker, for your work. I'm excited for this to move forward. I do have a question on the Good Food Purchasing Program, and looking at it, it looks like I'm supportive of it, but what exactly does it mean for us to participate in it? And what are we signing on to do? Is it a monetary thing, or what exactly does that mean when we say participate in the Good Food Purchasing Program?
Commissioner Pritzker?
So the Good Food Purchasing Program is a third-party program, so there would be some cost associated with doing an audit if we join on to this. They would do a baseline audit of our purchasing program and work with us. So what are we buying locally? What are we buying that meets those 5 core values that I mentioned? And give us some suggestions about what it is that we could do better or differently in order to move the needle forward. Their pricing is based on how much your procurement is, and I believe the maximum cost that they've had to date is about $15,000 for anybody that they've worked with, and they've worked with some pretty big, like the Chicago School District and things like that. Neither of us have very high procurement, I would imagine, on food. Honestly, in a lot of ways, this is about leadership and about us taking a step in the right direction and acting as institutional leaders in an area where we really need people like the jail, the hospitals, and the university who do purchase a lot of food to step up and do a similar thing in order to move the needle on better food procurement options. And the school board has led the way in doing this, and but it is our hope that we could do this and sort of model good behavior and also internally spend our dollars the way that we believe that we should be spending them. So it would really be about a procurement audit of our food spends, and then they would send back a series of recommendations for us about things we could do to improve that food spend, and also work with us if we want their support on the development of food policy for our community.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco, I believe.
So I'm really excited about this, if you couldn't tell by the second. So thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Prizia. One thing that I would like to add to the inventory of our food assets is a couple months ago, I did a tour of our community gardens around the city, and some of them were absolutely beautiful and well-maintained, and people were growing their own food in them and actually utilizing them for that purpose to the best of their ability, and then some were absolutely barren and hadn't been touched or allocated at all. So one of the things I would like staff to kind of look at when they do that inventory of our assets is how well utilized any of our community gardens have been, because it's one thing to have them. It's another to actually have people taking up any of the slots in the gardens to use them. And I'm not sure how that would be done, but I think there's a difference between saying we have the gardens available and the gardens are being used, especially to grow food versus anything else, as some were. So that was just one observation I think is important to make a distinction. The second one is I know a city-run grocery store may be a long shot or a longer term project, but I am fully supportive of it. I think the Baldwin model is a good model where a city has much more purchasing power to buy wholesale from local producers, to then give at a better price from, one, you support our local economy, and two, you give back to communities in need. So I am very supportive of a model like that one, especially in Gainesville where we're surrounded by rural farms. So I am very excited about those in particular, and I can't wait to see the outcome. So thank you again, commissioners, for bringing it forward.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, two things. One is in the motion, it says that it will be brought back at a meeting on January 15th. That's a Friday. I believe January 14th would be, what's that? January 12th? That's a Tuesday?
January 12th on our schedule. At 3 p.m.
On a Tuesday.
Yes, Mayor, we have a meetings already on the calendar for workshop on.
Oh, okay, it's not on general
use.
policy. Oh, okay,
No.
it's a special meet, okay, special workshop, not special meeting, we're gonna talk about that later. Okay, January 12th then. So if we could change that in the motion. The other thing I would like to come back to us at that meeting is an overview of staff capacity for what is being suggested. I don't know, I have no clue about the county's capacity, but this is something very new and different for the city, and so learning what that will take, I think as we get into our budget discussions and look at prioritizing the items in our strategic plan, I want to know more about what we are capable of now, and then what we would need to fully realize what is being suggested in this motion. And so not just a countywide inventory, but an internal inventory of what resources we have and what staff capacity we have to start working on this right now. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Chair Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I share some of your timing concerns, but I love the initiative. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Alford, and just to clarify Commissioner Prizzi's motion, I believe it mirrors the cities 2, 3, and 4. And then I'd like to hear from our manager, because I have not heard from her on this motion. So Commissioner Alford and then Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. My concern, I absolutely adore this motion. I think it's wonderful. I think it's exactly what we need to do. But my concern is that we are, I would like to see also an emphasis going forward on individual resiliency as well as community resiliency, bringing the skills of gardening and cooking and nutrition to the residents, and we can have healthy food in a grocery store. And obviously there are many people that know how to prepare that, but there's also, I know this because I share a lot of cooking things in my regular life, and a lot of people don't know what to do with fresh vegetables and don't know how to grow things in a community garden. And so one of the ways that I would like to think about partnering with IFAS again is looking at innovative ways to work with them on individual resilience. I would also like to echo Commissioner Ward's suggestion of a working group. I believe that these things would move along a lot faster if we had a joint effort of to sort of hammer out the details before coming to these joint meetings to move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michelle?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My only concern with the direction to staff is that several of the items of direction that we're being given appear to have some financial requirement to them in some way, and there is no budget attached to this motion. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware that there is no budget for what the items are in this motion to the extent we're being directed to take certain actions that require funds.
Do you have a sense of what would be involved other than staff time initially?
If you're asking me, the good food purchasing program would have a cost associated with it. It would be my guess is, without getting an official quote from them, which would be probably in the range of about $10,000 or less for the cost of that program. Other than that, I believe it would only be staff time to develop the map, to do the inventory and develop the map, and to look at these incentives and bring back ideas for incentives or requirements. So it'd also be staff time. So there is one cost associated with this that is not currently considered.
And Ms. Lieberman, do you know about how much time you would need to really accomplish 2 and 4 is what I'm hearing Commissioner Pizia ask from a staff perspective?
I do not. I imagine that we've already looked at some of these, so we could, I could talk to staff about that. I don't know offhand how much time that would take as far as staff.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just cautioned the city commission that your number 5 does involve bringing some county ideas, and I don't know if there's enough time there, Mr. Mayor, for us to bring you a plethora of ideas if this passes, but certainly some initial ideas might be fine. Okay, anything else from the county side? Back to you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Wheeler, and then back to you, Mr. Mayor. You're on mute. You need to unmute. There you go.
Commissioner Pritzia, the signing on to the Good Food Purchasing Program, would that audit give us a little more muscle in terms of actually encouraging, say, the sheriff's office to change their food purchasing or production? Is that what you're thinking, that would actually give us some kind of
hope would be that we would undertake this program and ask our other institutional partners, be that the sheriff's office and the University of Florida, the hospital, to participate as well. So my goal is, as my motion states, is not just for us to participate, but for us to ask for participation from the other institutions as well. So as a community, as an entire county, all of our institutions are making a commitment to audit our purchasing practices with regards to food and get a baseline set of recommendations for what we could do to move the needle forward on those 5 core values.
So would each one of these institutions then do their own audit, or we would do this
It's an audit of their individual purchasing practices. That doesn't mean that we couldn't negotiate with the purchasing program, which is a nonprofit that sits at the national level, and really is one of there's a national consortium of these audit programs. So they've worked together. There was one that was working more in the higher education sector. There was one that was working more in the K-12 and government sector, and there's one that's working more in the healthcare sector. And they've formed a consortium to work together to support this effort across the country. So there's no reason to think that we couldn't work with them. They're super flexible to come up with a package deal for our community if we all were moving forward together. Now, being able to coordinate that is a whole other story. So that's why I focused on us with a letter, hopefully to encourage our partners to work with us.
I see. Because I felt like that the work that you have done locally, along with our farmers and the farming community here, we're kind of leading the way already in a lot of these things in terms of trying to educate the public. Again, marketing might be a real good way for us to kind of get the message out locally. I also see that, a real need for reinstating home economics or something like that, in the public schools so that we can begin that education there. I don't know if that's something that the schools locally could put in or if that has to go through Tallahassee, but I just feel like that, perhaps that we're ahead of the game because of work from people like you and people who've worked with you, that maybe we already have what we need to move forward. Perhaps I'm wrong. Anymore, I have a hard time with funding studies or audits when we have such really good people who are leading the way locally. And I'm glad to see in the number 2 one here, I think that's it. That came from yours as well, the farms and agriculture. We have huge farms, agribusinesses in the northern part of the county. I would really like to see them included in a big time so that perhaps maybe we could even have gleaning opportunities for families, to go and pick their own food at the end of the season. I know right now they're planting cabbages up in the north, and often we have watermelons that are rotting in the fields. So, if we could somehow enlist their help, that might go to Commissioner Alford, I think you were saying that we should make sure that people are taking part in raising themselves up, finding their own resources, being able to access the resources that we have without having things actually, provided for them. So, I think it's a win-win for everybody. I really am appreciative of your work on this. I think some of these ideas are just brilliant. Actually, all of them are brilliant. But I would, I would question, to a certain extent, I wouldn't vote against it. But, spending money on an audit where I think that you guys have already pointed out the need in this community, and I would certainly follow you there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You get over there, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Alford, your hand is still up. Is that a previous hand up, or is that? Commissioner Alford, you're muted. Okay, your hand's down. So one last comment, I guess, to Commissioner Prizia. UF Health and the Sheriff's Office, any thought about North Florida and the VA from the hospital system, or is that something that, or would that be a step 2?
There's no reason why we couldn't reach out to those hospitals as well. I figured, I was thinking of the VA for sure. It's just it's a bigger chunk to bite off, and the private sector is also a bigger chunk to bite off. But so I was thinking of our public institutions and locally controlled institutions first, but certainly no reason why we couldn't.
Any objection to adding the VA in North Florida into that letters? Nope. Any objection from the seconder? Okay, so we'll do that. And Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
So based upon some of the comments, I would like to add IFAS to the 5th part of the motion. the VA and North Central Florida to Part 3, and Community Gardens to Part 2.
Okay. Seconder, Commissioner Sacco, you okay? Okay. Commissioner Simmons?
I just would like clarification. What your focus in the areas you're looking at as food deserts will be determined by the heat maps and that information. Is that going to determine where the need is and where your focus is going to be, or are we focused on Eastern Alachua County and East Gainesville as the focus, or are we going to let the heat maps determine where that focus is going to be?
I think the data from the initial mapping is going to be important for us to determine where the deficiencies are, and that is going to be, like Commissioner Ward said, in different pockets, and certainly in Eastern Alachua County and East Gainesville. But I think it'll be important for us to address holistically the entire food system. So yes, the data is the first step, even though we very clearly know where some of the deficiencies are. It's a first step.
Okay, so that would be, so the data with the heat maps and the overlay, that's your first step, and that's going to determine the most need, and we'll work from that information, from that data.
I think it's going to happen all at once. I think that that's one piece of the puzzle and one tool, but I think that at the January 12th meeting, we're going to be discussing lots of different options about how to address the different areas in our food system and the deficiencies.
And so what I'm going to suggest is that you add the Chamber of Commerce to this list, because they work with restaurants, they work with various owners. So I think the Chamber of Commerce would make a great partner in this ask.
You okay with that? Okay. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to adding ones, I think Santa Fe College would be another major institution, does purchase quite a bit of food for theirs. We keep on adding. And I am glad we are looking. I don't think those heat maps, I think that's a good place to one of the areas we should be looking, but there are food deserts across our city. I mean, Phoenix, I think when I'm measuring that, I think is the furthest neighborhood, and actually going from there in the city of Gainesville to a low-income area to a grocery store when you're walking and stuff like that, because that's kind of how our roads are done. So I think there are a variety of different things. And I think one of the things too is looking at the food incentives. I mean, one of the reasons why Phoenix is a food desert is that we have zoned out any ability to have any grocery stores within there. So I think land use should also be that, and does land use need to change to allow food to actually be next to residential too? So I know it's like a larger thing and probably part of our comp study too, but I think I would like for that to be also looked at. Why are there gaps? It may not just because there's not anybody who wants to serve it, it's just because we don't allow it as a city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I don't want to get the cart before the horse. I think step one here is just, it's an inventory and an audit, right? Let's figure out where we are with real data, not anecdote. And then once we know where we are, we can figure out how to fix the problem. And I'm not hearing a suggestion today that we already know what all those things are. We've got to figure out where we are before we can create a plan to remedy the problem. So I think everything is sort of on the table still. And so I see that change has been made. And so let's turn it over to Adam for any public comment on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least 3 public comments right now. First up is Mr. Jeremiah Tattersall. Mr. Tattersall, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. This is Jeremiah Tattersall, the chair of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I want to thank all the commissioners who spoke on this issue. This is such an important issue that's been going on for a long time and hasn't had the right amount of attention. We've known about food deserts. We've known about our food system workers, everything from agriculture workers, who tend to be migrant farm workers, to the farm owners, through the people who work at the cafeteria, taking money, taking order, preparing food. We've known that there's been a lot of injustice in the system for a long time, and so I want to thank everyone for bringing this conversation forward and starting to move the ball forward instead of the circles that we all are in, which are often very intersectional with various justice communities. That food comes up, obviously, because everyone eats, that we're actually going to move some policy forward on this. And that's really great. I do want to speak in favor of opening a grocery store of sorts. The market is not meeting the need in some of our communities, and we should meet that need ourselves. We have the ability to, whether it's opening up a grocery store inside of schools a few days a week or something like this. I think we should definitely look at that. Baldwin's doing it. Baldwin's not the People's Republic of Baldwin. They're doing just fine there. And I also want to put this into context. This is something that the Labor Coalition has been working on with various other groups at the University of Florida for a little over a year now through the Food Justice League, bringing environmental concerns, farm worker concerns, worker concerns, and general food justice concerns together to get a better contract, a food service contract at the University of Florida. And you can, I can guarantee you right now that if something like this goes through in the city and the county, this is the ammo that we need to go to the door of President Fox and say, if City of Gainesville and if Alachua County Commission, if we can do this good food purchasing program here, do audit and implement these things, why can't the University of Florida? And so thank you so much for bringing this up, and I hope everyone supports this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tattersall. The next speaker on the line is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Nathan Scott. So instead of wasting time and spending taxpayer money on food procurement audits and the taxpayer-funded city grocery store, perhaps your efforts should focus on fixing our crumbling roads, Northwest 23rd Avenue, Northwest 63rd Street, etc. Russia had state-operated grocery stores and had the gun department store. They failed miserably. If a grocery store could succeed on its own, it would have already been built. We already have farmers markets and roadside food stands. So again, Commissioner Wheeler stopped short and seemed to question whether any of this socialist-driven motion makes any sense. I think that is my concern. Again, we're well off the track of what we should be focused on for core government functions. My remaining comments are directed to the county commission chairman and the county attorney. The notice of this meeting, the official notice, is published on the city's clerk official notice of meetings. The dial-in number for that lists a 929 dial-in number. I tried to call in. I was on hold. I was skipped over for the adoption of the agenda. Whereas the streaming Facebook video has an 800 number that was unknown to me at the time. The issue here is the adopted agenda statement says there will be general public comment and early public comment, but those line items are not on the agenda. And I think that is troubling, that the public was not allowed to comment on the agenda. I'm being told the city says there is no general public comment in violation of its own adopted rules, in violation of the agenda statement. And this is my first opportunity to be heard during this meeting because I've also skipped over on hold previously. So this meeting has not been readily accessible to the public by virtue of either the clerk's error, which the commission, city commission and mayor will not acknowledge. And I'm asking the county commission to do the right thing because this is a joint meeting. And if judicial relief needs to be sought, I think the county attorney can advise you of who would be the plaintiffs. I mean, the defendants, excuse me. But the problem here is, again, virtual meetings, giving the public the ability to have a meaningful voice in the discussion, not only on agenda items, but for non-agenda items. And I think that anyone needs to read the agenda that was adopted, the agenda statement. Clearly, those items for general public comment for 3 minutes and early public comment for up to 5 minutes are not on the agenda, despite the agenda statement being adopted and stating such. So I think that we need to readdress that issue because, again, I was not afforded the meaningful opportunity to be heard on that issue at the beginning of the meeting because I relied on the official notice of the meeting, which was published on the clerk's website. I have screenshots to document all this. If we need to put it before a judge, we can. but clearly the public should not be penalized by the city's lack of attention to detail and the mayor's failure to correct a discrepancy on the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, just so you know, we did try to go out to public comment for the adoption of the agenda on the county side. So perhaps there was a mistake in dialing the number, but we did attempt that. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We have several more callers. Alfredo Morales, you are next on the line. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alfredo. I'm actually a volunteer with one of the community-based orgs here in Gainesville, Gainesville Free Grocery Store. And I want to call in because a lot of the issues that were raised up and a lot of the issues that I think the city and county are trying to address are issues that we're addressing ourselves, particularly food waste, food insecurity, and food access. We are able to take in food that's about to be thrown out and give it for free and deliver it to we do about 300 families a week, which I think is really incredible. But I think the thing that like this proposal misses, because I see a lot of emphasis on trying to go through existing grocery stores or creating grocery stores, or even it seems here like we want to require food businesses to offer free food. I think it's missing the fact that food insecurity isn't a binary issue. It's not, you don't fall from being able to afford food to suddenly not being able to afford any food. It's an issue like a lot of things that is a spectrum, and a lot of people suffer from food insecurity in different ways. And I think that while this proposal is a really great starting point, and I'm glad that the city is taking really great strides to address these issues, I think the main thing that it's missing is the fact that food is a human right. People can't survive without eating, and nobody chooses to go hungry. And a lot of these programs are great in that they provide more food to certain communities, but still exclude people who can't actually afford the food and have to rely on mean-tested ways of getting food like SNAP and WIC, which, while they're great, aren't universal and oftentimes miss a lot of people, especially in the Gainesville community. So talking to people, especially a lot of the houseless neighbors who have food access programs, I think the more efficient way to go at it, and this is one of the reasons I like the government-supported grocery store, is that we should just be we should be able to give food out to people. We grow a lot of food here in Gainesville. We have, like I was mentioning, we have farms that we should be being able to glean from and provide that food without any cost to people who really need it. I also want to point out that while all these issues are, the moves written down are great, one thing that is missing with all the proposals is looking at the way that the land in Gainesville is actually being used and how that affects being able to grow food. One of the conversation items that I really appreciated was moving towards community gardens. I think that we talk a lot about reaching out potential for city gardens, and a lot of the developments that are happening could easily be community gardens or gardens for entire city blocks for people to actually be able to not just grow their own food, but access free, healthy food immediately. So what I'm trying to say is that I think this is a great first start, but I think Gainesville really has a chance to do something very radical and very transformative when it comes to addressing the food apartheid in our city. And I would really like to see the city and the county work more towards not just making food accessible in a literal sense, but also making it free for people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we have 4 callers remaining on the line. We have not been able to pre-screen them, but I'll ask them if they're talking to this issue when I introduce them. The caller ending in 3829, are you here to speak on the City and County Collaborative Community Food Products and Policies?
Yes, I am.
Who are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, who are you?
Hi, my name is Leah Cohen. Yes, hi, I'm Leah Cohen, and I live here in Alachua County, and I work with an organization called the Agricultural Justice Project, and have worked with farm workers and farmers and food system workers for over 15 years. We know that federal policy has largely not supported food system workers, family and community farmers, local food business entrepreneurs, including mom and pop and community-owned grocery stores, nor the majority of eaters. Farm work is one of the most dangerous jobs in the United States, and under federal law, no farm workers have the right to organize, and more than half of farm workers don't have the legal protections to even submit a complaint if they experience wage theft, discrimination, or abuse. It used to be that our local family farms and smaller scale farms could sell to Publix and other retailers directly. No longer. They have been pushed out of wholesale markets. Just 14 cents of every food dollar spent on food in 2018 went to the farm. In 1975, it was 40 cents. We've lost 70% of farmers since the 1930s, 70% predominantly due to federal policies that harm family farmers. And Black farmers have lost their land at 5 times the rate of white farmers. Yet it was local family farms that stepped in to provide us with fresh and safe food when grocery store shelves went empty during COVID. The federal policies have allowed our food system to become increasingly consolidated, so food travels further and so do our food dollars that could support our local economy. Food system workers in the US are more likely to be food insecure than workers in other industries. That means the people who feed us are more likely to not be able to feed themselves. And that was prior to COVID. And that speaks to the inability for us to place the burden of food insecurity, addressing food insecurity on farms and local businesses that are already struggling. The Good Food Purchasing Program was created to address many of these issues. It creates safe working conditions for farm workers, markets for local farmers so that we don't lose more of them. It creates resilience for community members and our community for the next crisis by countering the long-standing legacy of disparities in resources, benefits, rights, and conditions of workers in our community who feed all of us. It also addresses drivers of climate change. The FPP provides an established supportive tiered system that comprehensively addresses the many values that we need to hold dear in order to thrive. You don't have to figure it out on your own. They provide a flexible system, tools, and support to shape the goals of the county and the city around what is needed and what is possible. More than that, they provide also a verification system that will provide you with data on the impact of your commitment. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. Again, we'll be pre-screening these as we go through the next several callers. Caller beginning or ending with 6949. Are you here to talk about city and community collaborative community food projects and policies?
Yes, I am.
And who are you?
My name is Quill Koshan. I'm a driver for a free grocery store.
Well, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hey everyone, as I said, I am a driver for a free grocery store. I'm also in favor of a community-run grocery store and community gardens, as well as programs to teach people how to best utilize those gardens. Alfredo mentioned earlier that there are 300 families that are recipients of services from free grocery store. And I could be wrong because I'm not as involved as he is, but what he didn't say is that that is the capacity of free grocery store currently. It's not that there are simply 300 households that need our help. There's actually a growing list of people waiting for those services. And with more funding, we're hoping to be able to grow to serve 400 households within the next year. We are, because of COVID, in a national food crisis, the like of which has not been seen since the Great Depression. And although some people would prefer that we focus on roads, roads aren't keeping people alive in this tumultuous time. And I agree that they're important, but food is essential. Food is a human right. And I think that people, there was a point raised earlier that people want to work for what they have and they shouldn't just be given things. And I think that that's maybe true, but I think that we shouldn't rule out just giving people things, especially when those things are like basic, essential rights to keep people alive. Yeah, those are my thoughts anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koshan. I think the last caller on our screens right now ends in 0117. Are you here to talk about the city and county collaborative community food projects and policies?
Yes, this is Sheila Payne, and I'm very excited and totally support the Good Food Purchasing Program. I also work with the free grocery. It is the best thing I do all week. But again, it's not enough for all the needs that's in our community. I love the idea of the community-run brick-and-mortar grocery store. Other communities that I've lived in have had them for decades, and they were very successful. And everyone has made all the remarks I would have, but I would like to reiterate, I really appreciate Working Foods' great collaborative model. bringing in farmers, chefs, people in need. I also support the Labor Coalition Food Justice Initiative at UF. They really need to get a better provider for their food system there. That provider does not care about where they get the food. They don't buy food locally. And I know a lot of workers who work in the food system there, serving students and staff that have been laid off since March and have not been called back. They need to pay their workers better, and I'm hoping that we can pressure them to. They definitely need to buy local, like the local public schools have been doing the last few years from our local farmers. And let's see. Also, I support the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, the way they have a fair food program that's been going for years and years. It's a model across the world. And so it's a third party provider who checks out whether, for instance, the local farms like Farmer Brown are paying their workers enough. So that's not extremely expensive to run. It's been very successful. And thank you very much. I am excited about this initiative. We need healthy food in all parts of Alachua County.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Mr. Mayor, that is the last of our calls. The floor is yours.
All right, thanks everybody for calling in and sharing your thoughts with us. We do have a motion on the floor. So all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I get to our motion, I want to clarify with the maker of the motion on the city's number 2. It's identical. They added community gardens. Did you want to add community gardens?
That's fine. I had including but not limited to, and so I assumed that our planning staff who are experts at maps might include things like community gardens and possibly other things that they find are important to our food shed. So absolutely okay with that.
Okay, and on item 3, they added North Florida, VA, Santa Fe, and the Chamber. Did you want to add all of those?
That is fine as well.
And the last one on item 4, they added urban to urban and rural. Are you okay with adding that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, and seconder, Commissioner Alford?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine with all those changes.
Okay, any further discussions from our county?
I would like to just make one comment that to address Commissioner Simmons' comment that I think that the idea, at least with our side of the motion, is that we would be looking not just at the east side of Alachua County and City of Gainesville, but across our county. And we have existing national maps that include all the food desert areas in our community. And if you look at those maps, you can see very clearly that while the east side of our community definitely is the majority of that area is a food desert. We also have pockets of food deserts and food insecurity in both our rural areas and in the western part of our community. So my hope is that we would be taking a comprehensive look at those areas and not just focusing on one part of our city or another. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Commissioner Wheeler, did you have any comments?
Just very quickly, thank you for that, Anna. Because I know Waldo has been anxious to make sure that they have access to good food as well. And we've been looking in the county and the outlying areas for small little businesses that have been abandoned. You know, there are a lot of empty places out there that could very easily be transferred into grocery stores that we could, community grocery stores that would provide the fresh food that those people are looking for, because I know the Waldo folks often have to travel to Stark. You know, that's the quickest place they can get to. So if we can take care of places like Waldo, I'm good with this. And I appreciate the explanation, the further explanation, the good food purchasing program that came in to, I think from Leah Cohen. I understand better now what that actually would mean for the community. So I'm in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. And I'm just going to say I appreciate the work that has been done over the many years, Commissioner Prizia, on this, and Commissioner Johnson for your contribution on the city side, along with many of the other folks that have contributed. You know, when I think of core services, it's public health, it's public safety, it's public welfare, and food is definitely a core service, especially if you don't have it. And so I'm going to support the motion. So with that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is unanimous. Mr. Mayor, back to you. I think we've gotten through our second item.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons, before we moved on. You're good?
No, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think this is wonderful, and I think the question that I have, and maybe I didn't express it in the way that I was thinking about it. When we look at the heat maps as a collaborative project, you may show a high density area in a rural area such as Waldo or La Crosse or some county area. And so I think the question I was trying to ask, because we're a city and our boundaries are just in a certain area, if that heat map comes back showing that an area outside of the city has a more need, will we then, as a collaborative unit, look at the area that has the high area of need if it's outside of the city? And I think that was the question I was trying to ask. That's why I asked, you know, what are we looking at? And I think that's a valid question. And so, but I guess we could figure it out later. But
yeah,
that's why I wanted to know. Are we looking at the heat maps to dictate where we're going to look at areas if it's a county-wide collaborative project?
Yeah, and I think that's something that'll come back to us on the 12th, and we'll get a lot more information on. Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, our next item is pedestrian safety in the right-of-way. I know that y'all have been talking about this. We've had several discussions at the city. We, you know, are aware that more and more folks are in harm's way, whether they're on medians or stepping out into the road. Unfortunately, some of these have ended very tragically. We've had 3 pedestrian deaths just in the last couple weeks, and you know, one is too many. So this is an ongoing and very serious issue, and has proven difficult to address because of some sort of constitutional issues and other barriers, but I don't think impossible. So we have the ordinance in our backup from Alachua County. What I was thinking, Mr. Chair, is getting an update from y'all on your enforcement of this, sort of the effectiveness and I think frequency of how this has worked since y'all have been enforcing it, and then come over to our city manager to look at you know, what we're trying to do inside city limits. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we want to be addressing this the same, whether we're inside city limits or not. You know, our goal is the same, that we eliminate these pedestrian fatalities. So are you all prepared to sort of give us an update of what you've been doing and where we are right now, and then come back to the city manager? Is that all right with you?
Yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. I'll ask before us and manager to comment on that. Before I do that, though,
Can't hear you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for framing that, and I will ask Ms. Torres and Ms. Lieberman to comment on that. Before I do that, though, I do want to frame this from the standpoint of I can't think of a day or even a week that goes by when someone from the public doesn't say something to me. And when I was looking through the backup, you know, I noted that our ordinance was passed back on January 23rd of 2018, which in a short month and a half from now will be 3 years. And I know we were working on it for years before that. And so today I was approached at the intersection of 441 and I-75. And so this is a safety measure. In my car, approached, someone actually knocked on my window. This is a safety. It's a safety for everyone involved, the safety issue. And so we think, at least this commissioner thinks, that some sort of consistent approach countywide, certainly the city is a big part of that, is important because the citizens are asking us to do something about that, about this. And so with that, I will ask the county manager and then the county attorney to give us kind of an update, and then we'll kick it back to you all, because I think what you said is exactly right. If we're all not kind of on the same page doing the same thing, then I don't think anything is effective for keeping everybody safe. Ms. Lieberman?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to the county attorney's office with regard to this issue. We obviously don't direct the activities of the sheriff's office, so I cannot say specifically about the activities, but I know the county attorney's office has been aware of them.
Ms. Torres?
So, Mr. Chair, the county attorney's office actually prosecutes the county misdemeanors. Out of my office, I have Corbin Hansen on right now, who he can speak to specifically what kind of prosecutions we've been involved with. Ultimately, these prosecutions have not come to fruition for a number of reasons, and we can certainly go into that. But how it's used is that the sheriff's deputies, if they can show that they're in the unincorporated area of Alachua County, can stop someone who is in the areas that they're not permitted to be in. And oftentimes they just speak to them and redirect them to another area. But I'll let Mr. Hansen talk to you about some of the prosecutions.
Mr. Hansen?
Mr. Chair, over the last, as you mentioned, it's almost 3 years now, we've had a handful of prosecutions or arrests come forward of individuals who are violating the pedestrian vehicle interaction code. Some of those have included arrest reports that referenced the language that was contained on a sign, which called into question potentially some constitutional issues. Others were unarrested. I believe was one case. The officer arrested a person and then unarrested them later. It ultimately has not led to any complete prosecutions, if I recall correctly. In the last year, I'm not sure that we have seen an actual arrest come across our desk for prosecution. In the first year or so, we did see a couple of those, and there were some issues that I think we needed to work out through enforcement. And as Ms. Torres mentioned, I think the sheriff's office now uses it as an informational tool to inform individuals that they can't interact with vehicles or invite that interaction without violating the code. And I believe it seems to be moving individuals to different areas or stopping the behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. And I guess I'll just say before I pass it back to you, Mr. Mayor, that there have been a number of incidents that I have heard from where there was interactions with folks on I-75 and say Newberry Road. They were asked to discontinue those operations, and then they just walked under I-75 and were in the city limits, and then the sheriff can't do anything. And so I think a consistent enforcement mechanism, it's not our goal to put people in jail. It's our goal to get people to services and to get them off of the sides of the roads and interacting with the vehicles. So with that, I will pass it back to you, Mr. Mayor, unless, are there any commissioners that would like to speak to this before we pass it back to the city? Commissioner Wheeler?
I think that we had explained, our county attorney explained it very well in terms of what some of the suggestions that I had coming from constituents about how we could actually handle this. And from what I understand from her, we're kind of strapped in terms of how we can actually respond. So, we've been trying to come up with ideas. I've been trying to come up with ideas with folks as to how we could discourage the actual panhandling. And from what I understand, then the conversations we've had, the way to discourage it is not to encourage it, not to offer money out the window to folks who have their hands out. I know particularly, I don't want to use the word galling, that's pretty strong, but it's ironic perhaps that people would outside Grace there at off of Waldo Road and 39th, would be people there would be asking for money who are hungry when Grace is right there. But in any case, one of the thoughts that we had was perhaps if we could engage the community to even put like a red paper or an orange paper, something bright in their dashboard that would allow folks to know universally through our community that we're not available for panhandling. That might help alleviate some of that. At least it would be an outward sign from the community that, no, I'm not someone who's going to give you money, so, don't ask. Something like that is maybe easier for us to manage than trying to understand how we can stop people from doing what they're legally allowed to do in certain places. I don't know. I think we may have to come out, think out of the box a bit in terms of how we actually address some of this. And even if that seems like a little odd or sophomoric, at least we are trying to address it from the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Alford, and then Commissioner Prizia.
Yeah, I have been talking about a potential solution for panhandling with a number of folks. I've talked about it with the leadership of United Way. I've spoken to, a number of community groups about it. And the idea is to create an app that I could have on my cell phone. And if I wanted to contribute to a homeless or one of our unhoused neighbors' well-being in a financial way, I would type in I believe it's their EDIS number. I can't remember the exact acronym, but it's the acronym that it's associated with the profile that's made on them when they enter into services at either Grace or at places like St. Francis House. And then I could transfer money from my account, like, PayPal or whatever, into an account for them that they could then use for food or shelter. The advantage of that is that folks that aren't actually homeless, the few, and I think there are very few, but there are scammers out there that particularly I think at the intersections that are asking for money that don't necessarily need it. And so this would allow folks to also create a profile that they could share what their background is if they chose to do that, which would help humanize some of our unhoused neighbors and, as we interact with them. So I am never an advocate of giving money from my car window, and I don't do that, but I often do give on the streets. And I have been distributing blankets and jackets over the last couple of weeks to folks downtown. And I'll tell you that a lot of the people that you see are regular folks that are not, that don't have housing right now. And it's very sad. And I don't want to take away a way for them to be able to have food and shelter. But I also want to make it so that it's safe and honest way for me to donate. So anyway, that's something I would like to ask perhaps our staff to look at if there are any legal issues or anything with that. I know other counties or other municipalities and counties have done some things similar to that, and I think that it's also an initiative that somebody like the Community Foundation would be willing to fund. So just throwing that out there as a potential creative idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Alford. And just to clarify, we're not talking about panhandling. What we are talking about is pedestrian safety in the right-of-way and the establishment of vehicle pedestrian interaction.
Yeah.
between individuals in the street and individuals in vehicles. Commissioner Prizia?
I just wanted to echo that I think it's really important that we align our ordinance, our policy with the city, so that we can have a coordinated effort, because there, if you're out by the mall or out, in any of the edges of our community, it's very hard to tell the difference between the county and the city. And I think that, hearing what the city attorney has proposed for the city, and seeing how we can align our two ordinances would be really important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Yeah, I want to thank.
You're muted.
I'm muted?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I keep muting myself. I just was saying to Commissioner Alford, I think that's an old hand raised, and so we are turning it back over to the mayor.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for sort of redirecting two of the 3 pedestrian deaths we've had recently were hit and runs. They were not associated with people asking for money or other support. This is a broader challenge, and part of our Vision Zero policy and initiative, and people in medians or on corners is one piece of that, but the lethality exists in all parts of our city, and every person, it seems, is equally at risk. So with that, I want to throw it over to the city manager and or the city attorney to sort of give us an update. We talked about this a couple weeks ago at our regular city commission meeting, and I think some thought has gone into this since, and including the enforceability of the county's ordinance in the city. I think that's important for us to hear about, along with any other thoughts or ideas. So, Ms. Shalley, shall I start with you?
Sure. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, as city staff last advised you, at your request, we did talk with county staff and learned that the county ordinance is enforceable only in the unincorporated areas. But what city staff has been working on is an ordinance that we plan to bring to you in January that would define certain medians as dangerous medians because they are not designed for pedestrians. And staff is working on the parameters of that right now. It will likely be medians that are really intended only to separate traffic. In other words, they're 6 foot or 5 foot or narrower, and they're just not intended as a safe pedestrian refuge. So staff will be bringing forward that ordinance. We think that will be legally defensible and more clearly enforceable by the law enforcement officers out there who will be asked to do that.
And you will, I assume, share any information you have with the county attorney as well, so they can look at the same language?
Absolutely. We've been talking to the county attorney's office throughout this, and we will also be sharing that draft ordinance with Southern Legal Counsel and all of the folks who are normally concerned with the ordinances that we pass.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, do you have anything you wanted to add?
So I think Ms. Shalley summed it up pretty accurately. The final issue we're going to have ultimately is enforcement. As the assistant county attorney mentioned, there are lots of pieces that go into the enforcement, and we certainly don't want to criminalize this type of activity. So this is where, and I think this may go a little bit into some of our next discussion. I think we need a consistent approach on outreach to those pedestrians that tend to stand in the traffic separators for extended periods of time to see if there are other alternatives that for the other places or methods for them to stand in. So I think that goes part and parcel with some of our next discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. So we'll go around to the commission, and first we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to thank you to the county commissioners who have spoken on this, to city and county staff who have spoken on this as well. I'm going to talk for a moment about the theory of my theory of public spaces and the reality that our sidewalks and our roads and our medians, whether they are state highways or county roads or city roads, they belong to all of us. And they are spaces that are used by pedestrians walking from point A to point B, cyclists doing the same thing, or walking or cycling for recreation, motorcyclists included in that, car drivers, small truck drivers, large truck drivers. We're all users of those public spaces. We're all responsible for each other in those public spaces. And I'm going to drill down to each one of these things that we're dealing with here, because there are a lot. We regularly have people injured and killed in these public spaces, in these sidewalks, roads, medians. We've seen 3 in a very short period of time here, including a young woman whose family entrusted her care to our community, and we let them down, we let her down. I'm looking forward to seeing the University of Florida's response to this as well. But my response to this, as someone who hopes to send his own children to a university, whether it's here or somewhere else, is one of tremendous grief. But no less so for the people and the families to whom this happens regularly. And it happens across the community, but it happens more often in East Gainesville than it does in other parts of our community, and we should all be very aware of that. It happens when roads are improperly designed. It happens when we as leaders don't expect and provide resources for enforcement so that people are reminded as users that they have to abide by the speed limits and by the other laws of the road, the rules of the road. As users behind the wheel and as users walking as well. And we have seen the tragic results of not enforcing and of poor design over and over and over again. We as individuals, and I'm speaking to everybody watching or listening to this, we all have a responsibility to take more care in these particular public spaces. All of us. We need to drive slower. We need to put the phones down. And that putting the phones down is not just to the people behind the wheel, it's also to the people walking. If we're walking down the sidewalk and across the street, you got to be aware of your surroundings. That's not victim blaming, it's just reality. I've certainly done it. Accidentally stepped to somewhere that I shouldn't be because I was doing this. We all need to be more careful. Drivers especially though. You're operating a couple thousand pounds of steel, and that person walking has no armor whatsoever. We all have to be aware of this because we all bear responsibility. We on this dais and on the dais across the street bear even more responsibility for public safety in general. So we need to have conversations at the MTPO in a couple months about what we ask the FDOT to do in regards to speed limits and their enforcement, and in regards to road design. This is taking lives in our community. It's not something that we can just say, gosh, I hope they do a better job at FDOT. We as community elected leaders have to take some responsibility with this and push FDOT to do a better job. To the matter at hand, pedestrian safety and medians, I am very hopeful that we can establish a coordinated set of policies and ordinances with the county. I think we can do that. I don't want to use this as a way to, we're not going to use this as a way to criminalize homelessness. Not about whether I want to or not. We're not going to do that. But we have to have an enforcement piece to keep people from dying in our medians, as has happened in our community. You have to have that. But that won't fix it. We have to also offer, in our next agenda item here, street outreach. Ways to make it so that people don't feel like their only alternative to get by is to stand in a median in one of our public spaces and tap on the window of the car that drives by while it sits at the light. We have a responsibility to provide the social work, the social service that makes that not a thing. Nobody's enjoying standing on a median with cars whizzing by, putting their life at risk, often in the sun for hours at a time. It's not a lifestyle people choose. It's one that people inhabit because they don't have options. So we've got to do a better job, as we've discussed many, many times, of making that something that people don't feel like they have to do. Today, though, on this agenda item, I want to make it very clear that we can coordinate our ordinances and policies with the county so that there's an enforcement piece, and then on the next agenda item we can work on a social agenda that keeps people from having to be in that position in the first place. Now, I want to speak to people who are working with nonprofits, who have used our intersections and our medians as a place to raise money for their nonprofit. Please don't do that. That's just me speaking as individual commissioner. Please don't do that. You're putting your life at risk. You're putting the life of the person out there doing that solicitation at risk. Yes, you have a constitutional right to ask for money. I support that. Please don't do it, though. You're putting your life at risk because not everybody behind the wheel is paying attention, and you need to be aware of that. So please re-strategize how you are doing that ask, because it is putting someone's life at risk. Maybe it's yours, maybe it's one of your members' lives, maybe it's a child's life, who's raising money for their football team or whatever. Please don't do that. And if this is concerning to you, you certainly are welcome to call me or email me about it. But I feel very, very strongly about this. I don't want to get a text from the city manager that someone raising money at an intersection has been hit by a car. So let's all take responsibility for these things, and we as commissions on both sides of the road can take responsibility for more coordinated policy and more coordinated ordinances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Ward's point, most of these incidents are happening on state roads. I think the majority of deaths, I think, is one of the reasons why we see that a lot in East Gainesville, because those are the major kind of roads that are running through, and those roads are not designed, those are highways through those areas. They're not urban roads. I think that's one of the things that we need to discussing as a city and a county is how do we, I don't think we can just keep on hoping that FDOT will do something. I think we have to look at alternatives to how we can take control of those areas and be able to provide solutions that will actually make a difference in the design of those roads, because that's what it comes down to, is the design. So I hope that we can move forward on some of those conversations in the coming year. One other thing on pedestrian safety and coming to the kind of the incidents that happened last week with those horrible deaths, we've talked about it before, but I think it was about 10 years ago or 8 years ago. And I think it was an effective thing is the city or GPD did like a crosswalk sting operation. It was across from GHS. And they had a police officer kind of starting to walk across. And if people didn't stop like how they're supposed to under state law, they would radio and someone would pull them over and give them a ticket. I remember the TV20 and everything was out there. There was tons of press about it. And I noticed anecdotally over the next year kind of time that there was significant people started stopping at crosswalks and started thinking about pedestrians. And I think that's one of the things that we have to do is to the point of getting people to think that there are pedestrians out there and they have to respect them. And I would like for us to move forward on doing one of these crosswalk sting operations again and keeping up with them so that people know that they have to stop. And if they don't, they will get a ticket. And that's how you get people to think, is they have to be constantly thinking about what is the surroundings. So hopefully we can move forward. I talked to the city manager earlier today about that, but hopefully we can move forward those in the coming year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Commissioner Hayes Santos, that's a great idea. I think I remember that, but you're a little older than me, so go way back. Commissioner Harvey Ward, I agree with everything you said. You're spot on. What I do have a question is to either our attorney or the city manager. When we look at the obstruction, and we talked about this early on, weeks back, about certain, I don't know if it's an ordinance or it's a statute, something that's on the books that talk about things in the median that will obstruct your view. Where are we on that? And I guess, does the county have something similar to that if it's not a state statute?
Commissioner, I believe it is a state statute that deals with obstructions in the roadways on there. The biggest question still remains, what do we do with the property if it's not with the individual?
I've seen chairs left in the median. I've seen boxes. I've seen buckets. I've seen a number of items that were left in the median. And I guess when the individual returned the next day, their items are still there so they could proceed as normal. And so I'm concerned about those items that are being left in the median. And I guess we can have a city vehicle go by and pick up a bucket, put it on the back of a truck. And I don't know, but I haven't seen anything where it's been a sofa, a recliner, or things of that nature in the median. And so what I would like for us to do is to follow that Florida statute and follow the statute and let's get those things that's in the medium that can be a potential hazard, that can potentially cause or lead to someone's death or serious injury. And I don't want the city to play a part in something like that or be not a litigant, but be responsible for those type of injuries or potential deaths. So I don't know if the county has done anything with that statute. Have you at all looked at that statute and acted on it? And I'm asking.
Mayor, could I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
So I believe, Commissioner Simmons, to this point, the county passed an ordinance related to around election time. I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago, stating that anything left in the public right-of-way was considered litter and could be just removed. Ms. Torres, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's my memory. I'd have to go back and look, but we have an ordinance that says things that are left in the public right of way are presumed abandoned, and it can be picked up and thrown out.
And that was a countywide ordinance, I believe, right? It wasn't just unincorporated.
Okay. Do we have anything?
I'd have to go back and look. Most of our ordinances are just in the unincorporated area.
Okay, something to look at, Commissioner Simmons, and we can have both our staffs kind of research that. But this was done for political signs, if you recall. And so, but it would apply to anything left in the median. The county determined that it would be considered litter and can be picked up by Public Works or whoever at the county did that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So to our attorneys, do we have anything similar like that? What the county has ordinance? Do we have anything like that?
Ms. Shelley, did you hear the question?
I did. I would ask I'm not certain, perhaps Public Works staff knows. We could certainly look in the code and see.
Does the city manager know?
So I believe we can pick things up that are in the right of way. And that goes for medians and sidewalks and such. And I think we need to be careful that we just don't, make a distinction between the two. So yes, I believe we have the ability to remove items from the right of way. Our practice has been to store them at Public Works and then to allow people to come by and claim them.
So the county has a county ordinance. There's a state statute. And so we do have something on the books in the county and the state. And so I guess what I would like to do, Mayor, once I guess everyone has said what their thoughts are, is to make a motion to this. And maybe we can start addressing those issues, because that's really serious to have those items in the medians in the right of way. It's a big problem. So I would like to hear everybody else's thoughts, and I would like to add that to a motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Simmons that, something does have to be done about those items every day when I drive home. I do see this large overturned cement bucket that's heavier, and I wonder if, and if a car hits the median or a wind passes through, is that going to fall into traffic and then potentially cause a car crash? So I do agree that it is an issue, and if we have any capacity to deal with it, that we should. I also like Commissioner Hayes Santos' idea of the crosswalk stings, but also just I think more than just crosswalks for stretches of road that we see people frequently jaywalk as well, because that's part of the issue. People are endangering themselves when they decide to cross through the middle of a road like 39th, for example, or in the middle of 13th. But I think that crosswalk and road stings like that, to see where cars don't slow down or pedestrians cross through that jaywalk, I think it's a tough lesson to learn, but it's one way to learn it without dying, and in the education point. As for folks in the median, I have to agree with Commissioner Ward that I think street outreach is the best way to solve that. If an officer is the first one on the scene, is that first point of contact to say you can't be on the median, you can't be on this space, I think their next phone call needs to be to Grace or St. Francis, whoever our street outreach is housed, so that someone does know to come to this area, and we help them with the street outreach component, saying we found someone that could use services, can you come out here? But ultimately, I think that is a matter of funding, which we'll get to our next item, but I think that would be my ideal approach of removing folks from the median as soon as we can, but if there is any follow-up to be had, that it be through street outreach, because that's the only way you're going to assess someone's needs. And on a personal note, I really am fond of the idea of the crosswalk sting, not to harp on it, but I was almost hit by a car 2 days ago who just decided to speed up instead of slow down. So I am very much in favor of monitoring how cars react to pedestrians right now, just because there are state statutes that tell you what you can and cannot do at a crosswalk when there are pedestrians, and for cars to just not at all care is reprehensible. But that said, I think we will get a lot done on our next item to also help address this issue. But I am interested in seeing what the city attorney brings back on not allowing folks to stand in smaller medians, because I think that's the immediate danger at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Two quick points. One is we do have to be cautious about taking people's property, and I am quite sure we will hear from advocates when we get to public comment on this. We have before, and I think it's an important point that we have to keep in mind that if we are taking people's possessions, especially folks that don't have a home to store their possessions in, that can be, it could be inconveniencing, it could be traumatic, and so I haven't heard the best solution yet, I guess, is where I am with that. I don't want anybody to be placing themselves in a position of serious or fatal injury. I don't want people leaving debris and trash behind, but I also know that some of these folks that we're talking about have no place to go and have no place to store things, and are living a very fragile existence, and any small disruption of that could be life-threatening. And so I want to keep our focus on taking the measures that we know we can take to make our public areas safer when it comes to pedestrian and vehicle interaction. I've said for years now, if we can make our public areas safe for pedestrians, we make them safe for every user. Whether they're on a bicycle, a motorcycle, a car, if they're safe for pedestrians, they're safe for everybody. And so that, to me, needs to, that's where my focus will stay. The other, I think the crosswalk project was a grant that GPD got, and we don't need to find out right now. But I think the chief is pretty good at knowing where to go to get those and has some good relationships with DOJ. And the nice thing about that program that Commissioner Santos was referencing is we used it as a year-long educational campaign. So it ran on Channel 12. They packaged it up with, we used our production crew, and they packaged it up as a nice, sort of 10 or 15-minute video that was able to be played and replayed. You could share it, through social media, and it really helped get the word out. And it absolutely changed the culture for a period of time. It was noticeable. So, I just, I think GPD knows how to do it. I think it's a staffing and resource allocation issue, and that's, we need to work through the city manager's office and the police chief to figure out how to best do that. Okay, back around the horn, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to do a couple of things, most of which I think is already coming back to us. I'm going to include the attorney's office in this, but I want to put it in the form of a motion just so that we're all clear on what we're getting back. And I want to include the manager's office here too. When I get this motion out, I want to be exceptionally clear that what I'm going to ask the manager and the chief for is not the perfect solution. And I recognize that it has to come with some resource allocation, but I don't know what that resource allocation is, so I'm going to depend on you for that. But I believe we're at a point where we can't look the other way. So here's the motion. I move that we direct the city attorney's office to bring us information back on on what we can enforce about items left in medians from a safety perspective. And I'll address this after I make the motion. And that we direct the manager's office to bring us options for enforcement of existing laws for pedestrian safety through GPD, and that we direct the manager's office to bring us ideas regarding an education campaign for pedestrian safety and the responsibilities that we all have as users of our roadways.
Is there a second? Seconded by Sacco, motion made by Ward.
And I want to follow very briefly that what we're asking the attorney's office for is not something that we're ready to do to start throwing people in jail for leaving their chairs in the median or to take their things out of the medians. But we want to know what the options are. And we want people to know that we take this very seriously because it is dangerous. You know, if we clip a folding chair that's left in the median, that becomes a flying object that hurts somebody. So we want to see what the options are, but at the same time, in this next agenda item, we're going to address what we need to do to make that no longer necessary for people to think they have to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
And also, Commissioner Ward, could you add in your motion to have staff look at the county's ordinance and to bring this back at the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah. And I just want to be clear, I'm not an advocate of tossing people out and holding their things and their belongings hostage and being a Cruella de Vil. That's not my intent. My number one priority is safety, period. It's safety. And so I just want to be clear with that. It's about everybody coexisting, living together in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think on the crosswalk thing, I don't think we should just wait for a grant for that. I think we've waited for that grant for as long as the commission I've been asking, they said they've been looking for, so I think we need to take action without that. And then on our city manager already said that we can remove stuff we want to that is abandoned on city right of way. So I think we already, I mean, we can do it already. I don't think we need an ordinance it's just what do we want our city staff to do or not? It's kind of, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sacco.
One suggestion is, it's two-part, is on what can be done is, once we have something to remove people off the median, that their belongings go as well, but if their belongings are still left on the sidewalk or on the median after a certain hour, then they can be considered abandoned. And I think so long as no one is around, then city staff should be allowed to collect those belongings if they've just been left on the median and no one's around. I don't think that's beyond the pale of abandoned property.
Ms. Shelley, did you want to get in here?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My staff did just look, and we looked at the county's ordinance, which covers unauthorized or unpermitted signs in the right-of-way that are declared litter and may be removed. And the city has a very similar ordinance in section 30-9.10 of our Code of Ordinances. So we don't need one for signs. And I do agree with the city manager that if things under the state law and as a matter of public safety, that if items are abandoned in the public right-of-way, left there unattended, that staff can remove those. We don't need an ordinance for that. That is pure public safety in safeguarding our rights of way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. Okay, I'd like to get back to the county. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if there is a way that we could, rather than, noting that this chair and this bucket have been here for, 2 hours with nobody around them, have a way to put a notice on them that, if this happens again tomorrow, this is going to be moved. Because I agree with the mayor, it was almost certainly not left there by someone who had a place to put it. So Commissioner Simmons, I absolutely recognize and agree with you that it is a safety issue. Totally agree with that, because I've been worried about it myself, driving past them many times. But if that's 2/3 of somebody's worldly possessions, I don't want us to just randomly move it either. So I would like us, Mr. Manager, if you could help us come up with a way to tag those things and make it a multi-step process. This is, we've noticed this is always here. We're going to take it tomorrow if you don't find a better spot for it. Something along those lines. I would rather do that than it just disappearing. Thank you.
Mr. Feldman, did you want to get in here?
Probably not.
Okay.
But I will point out that becomes a very resource intensive operation, and my past experiences indicate to me that those notices or tags will be promptly removed, and so they basically, then we have to retag, and it just becomes an effort. So my suggestion is we either do it or we don't do it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to get back to you. Commissioner Simmons is going to be leaving us in a few minutes, and so I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge her. On the next item, Mr. Chair, I will allow our commissioners to speak once, and then I'll go back to you, so there's a little bit more equity in our comments. Commissioner Simmons.
And I think too, this is an area where we can solicit the community, solicit our neighbors, and say, hey, maybe we could do some type of marketing campaign that if you see this, take a picture, upload it to GNV, 311 GNV. We should have documented day and time when that photo or whatever comes in, and we can make a determination at that time. So I think, to your point, we need to be creative and come up with some type of ways that we're not putting less fortunate out, but we're also keeping our community safe. So let's come up with some creative ideas and move forward with it. It's on the books, we can do it, but again, I understand the approach. It's about the approach. So if we can come up with some type of marketing campaign and involve the community and having them help us with this, I think we can come up with a solution. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, the motion on our side is for our attorney to bring back information about items left in medians or in public right-of-way. For a manager to come up with an enforcement plan for pedestrian safety, for the manager to come up with input on an educational campaign for pedestrian safety, and for us to look at the county ordinances, which obviously you guys do not need a motion to do. But over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to briefly thank the city commissioners for their comments, Commissioner Ward for your motion, and really your comment that really hit home was a coordinated effort with a coordinated enforcement piece. I think that's the key with regards to the safety of our streets and public spaces. I don't think we need an ordinance. A motion. I will say that this commissioner is certainly not tied to our ordinance. If there's something that works better on your side of the street that you want us to be doing and we can coordinate it, I am all for that. And I'm glad that we are addressing it in the first part of next year. That's I think our goal. Commissioners, is there any further comments on our side before we put it back to the city for the next?
I just have one very quick comment, very quickly. I think one of the distractions for me in terms of having people in the medians is when they have animals with them. And I don't know if that's something that we need to address or not. I know often with our animal services, we are concerned about animal cruelty or When we've got dogs that are on these medians in the rain, in the cold, or the heat. I don't know in the close proximity to traffic, if that's even an issue or not, but I know it is for me a distraction because I'm looking at the dog, to be able to discern whether that dog is in distress or not. So, just as we are moving forward with this in terms of how we are addressing the situation, I would also like to include in that whatever we need to do in terms of making sure that the animals that are accompanying these people, and I know they're important to them. A lot of them are companion animals in the only family that some of these folks have. But I also understand that possibly these animals could be used, just as a magnet. So I just, if we could keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Wheeler. Okay, Mr. Mayor, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Adam, I'll turn it over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got several people on the line. The first of which is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So I would like to ask the question, state law with obstruction of roadways exists. I've asked this question repeatedly. I'd like to know why the mayor and the city commission, who like to tie the hands of GPD, are not actively enforcing that state law. We're not talking about freedom of speech. We're not talking about people's personal belongings on this issue. We're talking about bicycles, shopping carts that are on the roadway while the person is panhandling on the median. That's a safety hazard. And, we can virtue signal all we want about the drivers need to be more careful. It's hard not to hit a shopping cart or bicycle that's in the roadway when you guys want to continue to narrow our streets. So again, I think drivers are using due caution, but the city commission, despite being told and despite having a law in the book, refuses to enforce this on a daily basis. And I've asked 3 times now why this is not being enforced. The county has, the equal opportunity to enforce it, but it seems to be a big problem. Right in front of the Burger King on West Dewberry Road, bicycle in the roadway. Turning left from Archer Road onto Southwest 34th Street, same problem. But you guys don't enforce it because you coddle panhandlers, the homeless, and you tie GPD's hands in terms of how they can enforce the law in the state of Florida. So, it's interesting to watch you guys debate this, not allowing the county commission to speak at all while the commission speaks endlessly about how are we going to solve this problem. I agree. You have the tools right now to solve the problem for people with bicycles and shopping carts that are in the road while they're in the median, but you choose not to do anything. Likewise, too, their possessions, if they're left there, you have the right to remove it. No one wants to take people's possessions. Again, we're all sympathetic, but you have the opportunity, you choose not to do it. And it's like, you say you don't want to enforce this, but it's very dangerous. I mean, that makes no sense, commissioners. You have the tools to enforce it now. There's been absolutely no acknowledgement, despite the commissioner's virtue signaling and speaking multiple times around the horn, while the county hasn't even spoke about the same panhandle issue, but there's been absolutely no acknowledgement of the fact that anyone who's willing to give up drugs can store their stuff at Grace and get a job. There's been no worries or concerns expressed about all the shootings of violent crime, but GPD should monitor crosswalks. Come on, commissioners. I mean, you need to take action and quit coddling people. Again, we can give social services, we can lend a helping hand. That's why we spend over $1.5 billion a year, and we spent over $7.2 million on Grace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Alfredo Morales is up next. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. There's a lot I want to say, and I don't think I can fit it all in 3 minutes. So I just want to quickly say that I'm very disappointed by the direction the conversation has taken. It is very dehumanizing, and honestly, it feels really bad to hear city commission and county commission talk about human beings who are literally at the end of their rope with such disdain. I constantly, in the conversation, it got brought up that you're talking about a pedestrian safety issue, not panhandling. We all know why that is, because you can't talk about it as a panhandling issue. You're legally not allowed to. So you have to say pedestrian safety in order to be able to talk about prosecuting people who are literally just asking for help. And yes, like, you've made it abundantly clear that you think it's an eyesore. The solution to that is to provide them housing and care and not create more venues for the police to steal their stuff or send them into a COVID-infected prison. I am definitely super disappointed that the conversation turned from like a really wonderful conversation about food insecurity in Gainesville to a really demeaning and dehumanizing conversation about our unhoused neighbors here in the city. So yeah, there's a lot I want to say. Most of it probably can't be in a city commission comment, but I just want all of you to really think about what you're asking out of the city, what you're like expecting to happen, and to remember that these are human beings that you're talking about. Like the whole topic about the people with the dogs, like they're companions. Like I don't understand what you expect to happen. Like, do you want to take away their companions? Like, you want to take away literally the only thing that some of these people have? Like, it's heartbreaking to hear the conversation turn to such a dehumanizing. And yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. The next speaker on the line is Nico Siegel-Wright.
Hi, I'm also equally frustrated with this conversation, and I feel like there's too much to say, but I do want to respond to something that I feel like multiple people have said throughout this meeting that I just feel like is loaded with a lot of misconceptions. What I heard one person say is it's not our goal to put people in jail. It's our goal to get people off the streets, off the roads, and get them into services. And, you know, I think that's what everybody wants, but I think there's some huge misconceptions here. For one thing, we are talking about criminalizing certain behavior, so that does involve jail. If it doesn't involve jail, it involves fines. And I think everybody needs to remember that when you find somebody, they're going to owe the government money. If they're homeless, they're likely not going to pay those fines. And that eventually ends up causing them to lose their driver's license, which makes it virtually impossible to hold a job. So it's not anything that encourages them to get off the streets, and it's not anything that's going to help their situation. The other thing that this statement implies is that it's easy to just get people off the streets, and just, you know, if they would just go to Grace, then they would find the services they need. I think the commissioners know this is not true. I'm a homeless outreach worker. I continually run up against enormous waiting lists. Public housing, Section 8, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, childcare, GED programs, they all have enormous waiting lists. This is not an issue that we can just take people off the streets and just give them, you know, allow them to make, quote unquote, the right choices, and it'll all just be fine. I'm really tired of people saying that we need way, way more funding. All of these programs are horribly underfunded. They're overloaded. They can't handle the number of people they have. We need more programs. We need more help for the homeless. And I do appreciate some of the commissioners who are saying that we want to ultimately create an environment where panhandling isn't something that people feel that they have to do. I don't know that people understand how far away we are from that. There's so much poverty here. I don't know that people understand that it's more than just a few hundred people. Until everybody in Gainesville has a roof over their head, this is just a completely ridiculous conversation that I honestly, I can't even believe we're having it.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. The next speaker is Ms. Kristen Young. Ms. Young, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kristen Young. I am an advocate for pedestrians and bicyclists, also for safety on our roadways. This topic on the agenda was about pedestrian safety in the right-of-way, and the conversations mostly on people asking for resources in the medians, and that's more than safety for the people in the medians. So it's a very complex issue, and if we're going to talk about pedestrian safety, it needs to be in a broader aspect of changing the culture in our city, in our county. I think both governments have adopted the Vision Zero policies, but nothing has really come from them that it makes a huge difference. And Commissioner Ward mentioned the deaths recently that came and injuries that came in 3, and all 3 of those areas have been discussed in front of commissions and MTPO extensively. The area on 20th and University Avenue, that's about 4 or 5 years since another pedestrian was killed at 17th and 20th, and a $1 million study was done by FEOT with the cameras at intersections, and plans were come up, and there were meetings, and nothing has come from that, but it's still on our list. Citizens went to the MTPO to discuss the crossing at Waldo Road, and about 2 years ago, and nothing has come from that. And there was another death on 27th, and about 5 years ago, on someone on Kincaid Loop. And a discussion at the county commission happened in the last year about putting in safety features for pedestrians and bicyclists. So we have a lot of conversation, we have a lot of lists, and this goes back ever since I've become aware of the issue 10 years ago in the city and the county, and how to affect change. But nothing has really gone forward. And I do appreciate the suggestion of talking to the University of Florida. Maybe they have more pool with funding, and they need to make the state aware that they will not tolerate that of their students who their parents trust them to care for their safety on the roadways around the University of Florida. So I don't like the idea of long-term planning. I think this is an emergency issue. It should be treated as an emergency, with discussion happening very soon and funding going toward it very soon. I support keeping the people on the median safe, but that's more than pedestrian safety. That's a huge thing that needs more than just a simple ordinance.
Thank you.
Banning people interacting with cars.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I'm sorry, your time's up. On the lines next, we have Carrie Ford. Ms. Ford, are you out there? Ms. Ford? Carrie Ford, are you out there? Bethany, let's put her on hold. Let's move to our next speaker. It's Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much for taking my call. Again, I'm Debbie Martinez. I'm a retired registered nurse and substance abuse counselor, and I thank you for your sensitivity and professionalism while addressing this problem. I would discourage panhandling. Taking my call. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
I would discourage panhandling in road medians and on sidewalks. Instead, for the best interest of the needy, refer panhandlers to the St. Francis House or Grace Marketplace, where they can receive safe and appropriate services. Cities that have been successful with assisting their homeless and improving public safety conduct public service announcements asking the public not to give panhandlers money, especially, on the side of the road and in road medians. Instead, refer them to homeless centers where they can receive safe and appropriate services. City and county commissioners printed up business cards for local businesses with the name of the shelter, their address, and phone number. And then they would provide the business cards to local businesses to share with their customers, healthcare providers, and law enforcement officers. That way, when they encountered someone who was panhandling, they could give them that card and they could go receive those safe services. However, you should never try to carry on a conversation with a panhandler on the side of the road or in a car median, or even hand them anything at all. We are a college town. We could partner with the University of Florida in Santa Fe about referring panhandlers to the homeless shelters like St. Francis and the Grace rather than giving them money. This is how you help your homeless population. And real quickly, I missed the beginning of the meeting, and I heard Commissioner Wheeler talking about pockets of poverty in the county. And about 8 years ago, I attended a county meeting when one of your staff members, I believe her first name was Allison, said the largest pocket of poverty in the county was out on the southwest section of town in the unincorporated area. I just mentioned that in relation to addressing food deserts. And again, I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martinez. We're going to go back to Carrie Ford if we can. Ms. Ford, are you out there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you shut down the TV in the background?
Hello?
Yep. Terrific. We have you. We were looking for you. You have 3 minutes.
Great.
Can you turn the TV down in the background? Ms. Ford, if you could shut the TV audio in the background, we'd like to get your comments.
Yep, the TV is off.
Okay.
I think you have somebody else on the phone or the line or something.
No, we're good. We fixed it. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say that first off, that I agree with the mayor that the vehicle drivers should be the ones who we are really looking at rather than pedestrians. There's far more vehicle drivers, and they should take on the bulk of the responsibility. I also wanted to say that as far as the things that we're saying, we're educating people that it's the dogs are being used for like a gimmick for these people to get more money, or these people are out here and we think that some of them are being scammers. It's like those statements are so ridiculous and outlandish. We have people that are listening in and to y'all, and when y'all talk like that, you're educating our community that's probably why. For example, Scott, whenever he was called, he was saying that all these people are drug dealers or like they're on drugs and they need to get off drugs and get a job. Like, no, like these are issues that are happening, but they're not the reason why these people are out there. They're not out there just because they want to be out there on a Sunday, Some other things is I was feeling really, really hurt when I heard Mary Alford, who we elected into a position to tend to our community. I voted for Mary Alford, and I'm really disappointed that whenever she said that we should educate our community members who are privileged enough to own a vehicle to put signs on their windows to deter panhandlers. Those panhandlers are our community members, and they're in great need.
May I interrupt quick there?
Whenever she said that.
Shoot. This is Mary Helen Wheeler said that, not Mary Alford.
Okay, Mary Helen Wheeler.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that you knew that I'm Mary Helen, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that it was not Mary Alford.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler.
Mary Helen Wheeler. Okay, I apologize for that. Thank you for that correction.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on. What that does is it educates our people to further isolate valued community members who need us and need us to bring them closer rather than being pushed further away. And honestly, horrifies me, especially as a person who was homeless for 5 years myself. And I was only able to get off the streets because Gainesville community opened themselves up to me. And I've been successfully housed in Gainesville for 4 years steady now. And I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud of the Gainesville community for that. But I could have never done that on my own without Gainesville opening their heart and their doors to me. So instead of educating our community to push other valued community members away who are in greater need than them, I think we need to be bringing them closer, feeding them, housing them, and caring for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. We have one more caller who has not been pre-screened. The caller ending in 8968. Are you here to talk about pedestrian safety in the right-of-way?
I am.
Excellent. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. This is Shanae Jackson. It was not my intent to call in and talk about pedestrian safety in the right-of-way, but listening to the conversation and listening to the people that are calling in, I would say I'm disheartened, but I'm not surprised. This speaks to the larger issue that the priorities are not in mind, and then we can't figure out why you can't address the most basic issues. So number one, we can address our housing issues in an effective way because of the manner in which you all are looking at people that are homeless and that are not being housed. When we talk about things like, oh, people are drug dealers and they need to get off drugs and go get a job, that speaks to the lack of support and coping mechanisms. So that means there's a lack in our community. The fact that a conversation even about food insecurity goes into the same thing, well, oh, don't do things for panhandlers. I keep hearing people say, well, oh, go to Grace, go to St. Francis House. Being a person who works behind the scenes, knowing that those organizations and what they're trying to do, they're bursting at the seams. But this is bigger than asking for more funding. We need to fix the system and find better ways in order to house people and to keep people housed. The fact that you all are willing participants in things like gentrification and things like taking land and allowing for developers to take over our county, and then in the same breath, try to understand why we have such an affordable housing issue, it boggles my mind. The fact that you want to always pass an ordinance, that's a quick fix. That's not what's going to fix and address the issues that need to be done. And that's the reason that you're not making headway despite all the studies and the things that have actually been done. Yet again, you're helping to perpetuate the things that everybody else does. We're criminalizing our homeless population, which makes it even more difficult for them to be housed. I spent the last few weeks trying to help find housing for people because somebody in their family got arrested, not even charged or not even officially charged or convicted for crimes, and can no longer find housing as it pertains to that. But yet we want to continue to feed into that system. Also things like Grace and St. Francis, they can't help every family dynamic. Many of the families that I'm trying to help and support, like one of them, the mother of 2 small children who are 1 year old and younger is now incarcerated. The grandmother who was living with her daughter and 2 other daughters in a 2-bedroom apartment now needs to become housed to keep these children out of the system. So even as we talk about pedestrian safety, we need to talk about the safety and how to protect our homeless population and people from becoming homeless before we even get there. So I understand that this is a joint meeting and you're trying to make sure that you incorporate lots of things at one time, but until you all start to really listen, and I mean listen intently and to make different decisions, we're going to keep getting the same results.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I think that's it, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Carmen, I think you wanted to speak on this issue. Thanks for your patience.
In this community for 24 years. I appreciate how you all have been discussing this because I know that there are a lot of ways that a city can try to address panhandling. You can call it pedestrian safety, but I'm going to talk about it as a panhandling issue because I think that's what we're really talking about. There are a lot of ways that you could have handled this, and I appreciate you trying to do the right thing here. I have no doubts about the sincerity of the commission making sure that this is enforced equally, but I would really encourage you to look at how that actually breaks down once GPD starts enforcing it, because that will tell us if this is an anti-homeless ordinance or if this is also going to apply to the cute little kids with football helmets and the firefighters with boots. That said, I don't think GPD is the appropriate enforcement arm for this. Panhandling is not exclusively a homeless issue. In fact, GPD did a panhandling sting years ago. They found 6 of the 7 people they arrested for panhandling had permanent addresses. Street outreach is what's going to solve this problem for you, not any kind of enforcement. This won't solve your problem. This will move it someplace else, much like when the county put an ordinance in place and the city did not. It moved the issue to the city. We'll move this to medians that are 7 feet wide instead of being ones that are smaller. So we need to take this on by providing the appropriate services for people. And I don't think that GPD needs to be the ones responding to calls. If somebody is potentially homeless and they're in a median asking for help, then first of all, they do have that right to ask for help. To me, panhandling makes me very angry, makes me very upset, because it shows me that our community has failed at providing the basic needs to the people who need that help the most. It means agencies like mine have not necessarily provided all of the services that we have. And some of those things that we provide, we can't make available to people who need help. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility as a community to make sure that people can choose a job that will pay a living wage rather than having to take on the demeaning, dehumanizing work of panhandling to be able to afford their housing. So overall, I don't want to see people out on the street panhandling any more than anybody else does, but for different reasons. I think if we, in the next agenda item, talk meaningfully about street outreach and the role that that can play to connect people to the housing resources that we have available, and then we look at ways to expand those housing resources, you're going to see a much better outcome than simply trying to pass an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Dodds. I'm the director of the Continuum of Care with the United Way of North Central Florida and the North Central Florida Alliance for the Homeless and Hungry. John's a hard act to follow, and I just want to reiterate everything that he just stated, and I think also just take a moment to notice the humility that he has, that he would take some responsibility for not being able to provide services when we know that he's going above and beyond the call of duty every day. I think that it's important that we look at the county's ordinance. And while we all agree that we don't want this to be a strictly, we don't want to be criminalizing homelessness, I would be curious to see the county's ordinance has a mirror both for individuals who are interacting with vehicles and then for people in vehicles interacting with individuals. I would bet a year's salary, and albeit that's not a lot, I work for a nonprofit, that they're probably not going to be enforcing the people in vehicles who are interacting with the individuals, that the only cases that they've had are going to be the individuals that are staying on the street. And I understand that this is a public health issue, a public safety issue, but we need to avoid even the assumption that we're criminalizing homelessness, even if it's because we struggle already to be able to interact with some of these folks. I know John and a lot of his team and the other providers, they do everything in their power to get out there and reach these folks, but there's been this level of discontent, this lack of trust with our providers, with our community. And so I would just ask that we try and avoid furthering that gap of mistrust with these individuals and with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts. We'll get to how we most effectively address this. I agree. It's not our intention or desire for this to be a GPD issue. It's not we're not having a crime wave. We're having a public safety threat, and so there's lots of ways to address that. We'll get some of that back in January, and then we do have a Vision Zero workshop scheduled for March, where I think we can get a lot deeper into what we can do just to make everybody safer in our public areas, and that's ultimately the goal. So we'll continue to work with y'all on that, and we'll figure out what works best to align people with the care and services they need and keep everyone safe. And that's I think the intent here. So with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We have Ariola and Simmons absent. And we have lost Simmons for the rest of the meeting. Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, we're on to our third item, which has got three sort of parts to it. Excuse me. The item is homelessness street outreach program, status updates, the budget in purchase, and use update, and the Dignity Village closure. So, Mr. DeCarmine, did you want to start with an update on Grace? And I know that you never want to miss an opportunity to do that, and we haven't had you at a city commission meeting in a little while. So,
Mr. Mayor, before we get to Mr. DeCarmine, do you think it makes sense for county staff to at least give an update on the first two items, and then, or what? How would you like county staff to interact?
Well, I think your update's on Grace in general, right?
I've got an update on the Dignity Village closure.
Okay, just that?
Yes, sir. That was the only thing I saw on the agenda pertaining to Grace.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted to give us your overall update. That's fine if you don't. So, yeah, let's start with the first two. I think the most conversation is going to be surrounding Dignity Village. So, Let's go ahead and start with.
Well, I mean, considering that the last 2 hours was about street outreach, I think that's really the major thing that we need to be talking about.
Yeah,
The
let's
budget and
do it.
purchase is just a quick update. We're happy to give it, but if we could have county and city staff talk about the street outreach program, I think that's.
Yeah, let's start there. Let's go.
Okay, so, Madam Manager?
Mr. Chair, we have Claudia Tuck on, as well as Carl Smart, and they can give an overview for you.
Mr. Smart and then Ms. Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. We'd be happy to, this is a good follow-up to your last conversation that did get into street outreach. We'd be glad to share some details of what the county has been doing as far as street outreach. Realizing how important it is to have the outreach program to connect with our homeless individuals that are out in the community, not just at intersections, but in tents and in the woods and encampments, and sometimes sleeping behind buildings, around buildings and all. And so we realize that there is a number of persons out there who are homeless. Our Community Support Services Department, headed by Claudia Tuck, have been working with a program, the CABI. We had a grant to actually do outreach. It was the CABI grant, and CABI stands for Cooperative Agreement to Benefit Homeless Individuals. It provided for an outreach person to go out and actually identify persons who are homeless, talk with them, find out what their needs are, and then connect them with resources to help meet those needs. And so Claudia is here today to share an update on that program, and then we'll take any questions you might have before moving on to the next item, which is the potential purchase of a motel to provide housing for those persons who are homeless. So with that, Ms. Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners, Claudia Tuck, Director, Alachua County Community Support Services. The county was involved with the CABI program. We had outreach available through that directly until the end of March. That was a federal grant that sunset basic services started in April. We were able to extend time periods as we phase down, but we do not have direct outreach through that. We do have staff that are with Meridian that are still with the CABI program, and another one called GABI, and we are continuing to work with them. We use those staff and work with the University of Florida medical students, and Tom Tonkovich, who's also on this meeting, coordinated our efforts primarily in response to COVID starting in April. We have had teams out on the streets providing assistance to over 300 unhoused individuals. They have continued to meet with them throughout the pandemic time. They've been offering COVID testing, food, water, hygiene kits, and supplies, and they continue to go back and engage with them. Additionally, the Homeless Continuum of Care, using Emergency Solutions Grant funding that comes through the state, they have Emergency Solutions Grant Coronavirus 1. They were able to fund St. Francis House to provide outreach services in the 4 outlying counties. And there has been discussions when we have the ESG2, whether some of those funds might be able to be considered for outreach in Alachua County. And I know Patrick Dodds, who is our manager for the Homeless Continuum of Care, is in the audience there and might want to speak to that at comment.
Okay, is that all you have on that? Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry, Commissioner Prizia, and then we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Prizia, you're recognized.
I was just wondering if we have a sort of a comprehensive understanding of what the county and the Continuum of Care have spent on street outreach in the past, say, 5 years. What has been spent on street outreach and what has been accomplished with street outreach? Like, do we have that information?
Ms. Tuck, And I think kind of implicit in that question, Ms. Tuck, is what's the plan now that the CABI grant is going away?
And that's why we've been working with the Homeless Continuum of Care, discussing outreach. Several of the participants have been meeting with John St. Francis House, and we have an outreach subcommittee that is looking at the needs across the county. We did have the CABI grant, and we do have reports from that Tom can share, Tom Tonkovich can share with you. That was over $800,000 a year for 3 years. But that was much more than outreach. The goal of that program was treatment and support in housing. It didn't cover housing, but it provided for outreach and then engagement into treatment.
Mr. Tonkovich, did you want to have anything to add?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Tom Tonkovich, Assistant Director at Community Support Services and the CABI Project Director for the last 3 years. Actually, I'm due to receive our final evaluation report from our consultant tomorrow, but I can tell you briefly in terms of Commissioner Prizia's question, CABI, as a result of its efforts, engaged over 200 people, and many of those contacts, they're not one-time contacts, it's really almost case management, where we're developing a relationship with people, we're helping people get their identification, get their source of income, those kinds of things. And of those 200 people, about 135 of them entered into the CABI treatment program, which is both substance abuse and mental health treatment. And then also we got over 62 people housed, working with the Alachua County Housing Authority and the Continuum of Care. We had a process in place where every third voucher that came available through the Housing Authority was made available to one of our CABI clients, and that's how we got them housed. Also want to point out while CABI is going to expire in April, Meridian received a very similar grant called GABI, which is $400,000 a year, which is continuing the effort. The only difference between the two is the CABI was for people with mental illness, with substance abuse, or with the co-occurring disorder of both mental illness and substance abuse. The only difference with GABI is it cannot serve mentally ill people only. If they have a co-occurring disorder or a substance abuse problem, then they're eligible for services. Hope that helps.
Mr. Prizzi, anything else?
I just want to be clear that both of those grants, neither of them covered any housing support. They only covered the other support services that those clients needed. And the Continuum of Care provided some housing assistance.
That's correct, Commissioner. The federal grants provided pay for the outreach service, and Meridian still does have a full-time outreach coordinator under the GABI program, so that'll be continuing. The balance of the dollars were used to pay for the treatment services and to help support people in their homes.
And, Mr. Chair, if I could add, when we submitted the CABI grant, the Alachua County Housing Authority came to the table as a partner and offered the voucher, so that's where the bulk of the housing came from.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more lights on this side of the street, Mr. Mayor, but probably be good to kick it over to yours. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Alford. I see you waving your hand. Sorry. Yeah, you are recognized. Unmute yourself, Commissioner Alford.
All right, sorry about that.
I see your hand raised now. I apologize. Sorry about
that.
That's
okay. That's okay. I just wanted to ask what percentage of the dollars went towards administrative costs and how much went towards, services and care. No criticism, just curiosity.
Yeah, Ms. Tuck, do you have the answer off the top of your head on that one? Or Mr. Topkovich?
I'm going to defer to Tom.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, 100% of the money went for the direct services, with the exception of one position, a lower level staff position that assisted me with the administrative work. The administrative work actually was an in-kind contribution from the county via my time spent on the project. All the other dollars were used for direct service staff.
Thank you, Mr. Topkovich. Okay, Mr. Mayor, over to you to see if your commissioners have questions for our staff on this item, or if your staff has comments on this item.
Yeah, let me start. Mr. Dodds, do you have anything you wanted to add since y'all were involved with that process as well?
So, I do want to say I've been here in this position since July, so I don't have the numbers as concrete in my head right now. The program that the county was running, the medical outreach program, I think the information that they provided is accurate. As far as outreach goes, through the continuum, it's an area that is a major gap in services that we provide. We don't really currently have a dedicated outreach team. We have individual organizations with individuals who go out into the community. Grace Marketplace does this, St. Francis House does this. Three Rivers Legal Services, which is where I worked years ago, has an individual that goes out and makes contact. And we do generally, work through their contact after an assessment's done to try and get these people housed. But one of the major gaps in the services that we're providing is we don't have a dedicated outreach program that focuses on housing, not just making contact. And so that is something that Ms. Tuck had mentioned. We do have an outreach subcommittee that meets regularly, and it's been an ongoing discussion that we've had. Obviously, the pandemic has caused a major issue in our abilities to put together a strategy to go out into the community and put together a strong outreach plan. But needless to say, it is something that is at the top of our priority list. Not just because it's something that's been at the top of our priority list for a while, but it's becoming a more vocal issue in the community. We hear about it regularly, you hear about it regularly, it's been in the paper. And so I can tell you that there are programs that have been presented. I know that Grace Marketplace has a program that they would try and implement, and I 100% support that. And that would be in collaboration with the continuum and our coordinated approach through our coordinated entry system. But we don't have any solid numbers that I could give you as far as individuals that we've reached or housed through a traditional outreach program, because we really don't have a centralized traditional outreach program. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Sure, good enough. Because I think I want to summarize between what I've heard from the county staff and from you. Really, the only street outreach that exists right now is the one position at Meridian, and that ends in a year or less than a year. We don't have any other dedicated funding specifically to street outreach.
No,
could you share who's on that subcommittee, Mr. Dodds? You said there's an outreach subcommittee. Who
yeah, the subcommittee is made up of individuals from different organizations, Three Rivers Legal Services, St. Francis House, staff of the Continuum of Care, Grace Marketplace. I don't have the list of members of the roster off the top of my head, but it is made up of individuals who are engaged in outreach, and also the executive directors of agencies within our continuum who have outreach workers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dodds. And Ms. Tuck, can you confirm what I just said? There's only one dedicated position to street outreach right now, and that's through the Meridian, and that's the end of a Gabby grant?
That's correct, along with the medical outreach team that we're working with the medical students with UF. And we are working with the university to try and expand that to a year-round effort.
Okay, has that been formalized, or that's just something that you've been able to put together, but it's, you know what I'm saying? Has it been institutionalized?
We are working with the UF mobile bus on it, mobile clinic, outreach clinic, and working with some of the professors. There's a new professor that's come to the university that has done this in another area, so it's in the development stage for the longer term.
Okay.
It's memorialized for the COVID pandemic era for the medical street outreach.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you both. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure I'll have more to say when we go through the rest of the items, but I find us all in a place where we don't really know exactly what resources are being applied to this issue, to street outreach specifically. But what we do know, or I'll have a pretty good idea whether we have data or not, is that it's not enough. The resources that we have are not enough. I think I can count a couple of people through a couple of different organizations who are doing some level of street outreach. My conversations with Mr. DeCarmine and with other service providers in the area, and my time here on the commission and with other organizations prior to that, and at the same time as that, indicate to me that we really must prioritize as a community an actual team of street outreach social workers who can connect people who need things with those things. And those things are not only housing. If we look at it as a housing-only approach, it will fail. If we look at it as a treatment approach only, it will fail. It has to be a holistic offering of services. If we try to make it not holistic, it will fail. I can't give you what the numbers are, and apparently no one else can either, and that's okay. But I know that what we're doing does not effectively work, and that's not just because of COVID. It's not just because of an economy that doesn't work for everybody. The people that we're specifically trying to serve here are not newly homeless for the most part. That's a different issue. There's a whole thing going on there as well. But what's in front of us now is primarily long-term chronic homelessness. Folks who have other issues than just, oh my goodness, I have no way to pay the rent. I don't want to say just that. That's a horrible issue to have. But as they come with a variety of, for lack of a better term, comorbidities. They've got probably some physical issues, some mental and emotional issues, many folks, and a whole lot of economic issues that come with that. There are services that our community can provide through some of the folks right here in this room and get them help and get them to a safe place to live. But only if we have people who have enough people who have the training and commitment and resources to spend time building trust and then helping the people we're trying to help actually get to a better place. I don't know how we best do that, but I do know that it comes with dollar signs. It is not something we can volunteer our way through, and it's not something that we have paid for thus far. So I'm looking forward to getting to a point in conversation, either tonight or in coming days, weeks, months, where we can honestly address this in a way that, I don't want to say fixes a problem, but provides the services for the hundreds of people who need that problem and helps them get to a better life. And you know what? The whole community benefits when we do that. So before, not that I mind being accused of virtue signaling, because I don't see that as a bad thing. Yeah, I want us to signal our way to more virtue. I'll own that. But the whole community wins when we help people who are living in parks and woods. The whole community wins. I make that real obvious and clear. So there is a moral interest in doing the right thing here. There is also an economic interest for our community in doing the smart thing here. And we've got to get to a place where we can figure out what that is. I think there are folks here with us tonight who can guide us in that direction. But let's do not make the mistake of thinking that we've already done it, because we haven't. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take us on a short trip down memory lane. In August of 2019, we discussed street outreach teams, and we asked for staff to come back to us with an analysis. 6 months later, in February, we discussed the street outreach team, and we asked for staff to come back to us with funding sources. Here we are 10 months later discussing the exact same thing. And I can appreciate that it's important to our community and we are discussing it once again. Personally, by the end of this meeting, I'd love for us to come to some type of conclusion about how we're going to move forward to take real direct action, because if we had, what I've seen lately, not just around homelessness and houselessness, but food systems, is that we are now being pushed to the brink of our systems breaking down, and we're seeing that manifested in our community now more than ever. So now we're finally forced to deal with it, whereas we have been having this discussion for over a year and a half. So I'm looking forward to whatever motion is made, it's going to be made again for the third time. And I'm hoping that we actually take action and do whatever we say we're going to do and what we've been trying to do for over the past 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Commissioner Johnson brings up a good question. I mean, I don't know that you were stating it as a question, but I am. Clearly, Mr. Dodds, the COC's been working on this, right? I mean, this has been identified as a major priority. You have a team that represents all of the different groups that would be involved in this somehow. I have a feeling you have identified what the needs are, you know, if you were able to stand up a street outreach program. So what are the existing barriers?
Mr. Mayor, we have Commissioner Prizio when you're available to pass it over here.
Sure. Yep.
You know, I think funding is the big one. I think right now everybody's tapped to an extent that our current programs are they're at a critical mass. Bringing on additional staff, because this is, to be a good outreach worker is to be a social worker. It's to be as empathetic and patient and sympathetic as you can. This is not a $15 an hour job, and if it is, you know, you're not going to get the right people for it. And so our organizations that would have these outreach workers, they're tapped and they can't afford to bring on the kind of staff that would be able to implement any kind of positive change. It would be a Band-Aid.
So has the subcommittee, sorry to interrupt, but has the subcommittee come up with a plan, a series of recommendations? Is that something that you can put in the hands of the city commission and the county commission?
I honestly would pass this over to John, because I think John does have a plan, and one that we have discussed recently, and the only viable one that I've seen in my short time with the COC. So if you don't
Mr.
mind.
DeCarmine, yeah, you want to speak to that? So I think that's, let's just get to the point. We can talk about the need or the, I mean, but what are the barriers? How do we overcome the barriers?
Sure. So, John DeCarmine, Grace, I appreciate that question. Two of the key barriers are, one, current outreach is siloed. And so while we talk about having 5 or 6 people who are doing outreach, they all work for different people. Some of them can only talk to veterans per their funding. Some can only provide legal or paralegal services. Some can only exist in Bradford or Putnam or Union or Gilchrist or Dixie or some other county other than Alachua, even though they leave Alachua County to go provide those services there. In fact, they drive right past Lynch Park to Putnam County to provide outreach services there because of the restrictions on the funding source. So one major barrier is we do not have a coordinating entity, which the COC would be ideal for this, because they have the overview of every agency, every piece of the coordinated entry list, and there's no accountability. And I mean that when I say that. There are outreach workers who crawl through ditches and look for people for hours a day, who will bring people cigarettes if that's what they need, coffee if that's what they need, blankets or house keys if that's what they need. There are outreach workers who will pull their car up into the Walmart parking lot, look around, say, well, I didn't see that person, guess they don't want housing, and then go home, fill out a case note, and be done for the day. We need some system of accountability where the COC can decide you're not generating the outcomes we need. People's lives are on the line. I think it's time that we get to say, you're not doing the job. You're not doing the job well enough. This is somebody's access to housing, and you are a gatekeeper. You damn well better do the job the right way. We don't have that right now. So that's one missing piece. The other piece is all street outreach must be connected to housing. Yes, it's got to be holistic. We talk about housing first. It's not housing only, but treatment doesn't really matter if you're sleeping in a ditch tonight. That's a tough time to be trying to cut down on how much you drink. But when we get somebody into housing, we start to see those services make sense. So how do we get people out of homelessness, and how do we do that as quickly as possible? The county's investment in permanent supportive housing has been an excellent first step. I understand that they'll be hiring some new caseworkers next month or by next month, which will open up the additional $500,000 or so in funding for permanent supportive housing. That will be a huge step forward. We have asked that the City Commission send a letter to the Gainesville Housing Authority looking for set-aside placements. The response we got was not quite what we were looking for. There are new vouchers available, but we have people in our permanent supportive housing programs, and we operate about 27 beds of permanent supportive housing right now, who have graduated the program, do not need ongoing support services, do not need a case manager checking in on them once a week or even once a month. All they need is that housing subsidy, and they will be stable and they will be fine. We get funded for permanent supportive housing, so if we can graduate people from our permanent supportive housing programs, and in the next couple of years, Claudia Tuck's programs will start to see the same thing as they help people stabilize, we can move people out of those programs and open up new opportunities for people who do need that support to come in. So just to sum that up, the major barriers right now to effective street outreach are one coordinating entity. We need a downtown outreach program. That is a missing piece right now. We do not have that, and that is where homeless people, almost by definition, will congregate. That is where public spaces are, places like libraries and parks and sidewalks and all the things that are a place to go when you have no place else to go. And then we need access to housing, and we have some tools for that right now with the permanent supportive housing that we have and the county's investment in that. But we also need access to permanent housing vouchers through the Gainesville Housing Authority and the Alachua County Housing Authority.
Okay, very helpful. And so I just want to make sure I understand. One part of the solution is continuum of care can be that coordinating entity and can provide the accountability.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Mr. Chair, I'll throw it over to you.
I was just going to give Ms. Tuck an opportunity to also answer your question, since you gave Mr. DeCarmine an opportunity to see if it's the same answer or if she's got additional things to add. I think they were both excellent comments. And then I'd like Ms. Prizia have an opportunity to speak.
Absolutely.
Ms. Tuck, did you want to respond to the mayor's question as far as barriers that he had to Mr. DeCarmine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners. Claudia Tuck. I do agree a lot with what John was saying. We have been working diligently through the Continuum of Care Outreach Committee, and we have been trying to identify funding sources. It would very much help to have a coordinated effort, obviously, because when you piecemeal it doesn't work as well for everyone. So yes, definitely, and I do agree that the Continuum of Care is the right place to be the coordinating body, because they can take care of not only our county, but the outlying counties, and we could have a coordinated effort for the entire continuum.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Prizia, and then we'll kick it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think that Ms. Tuck and Mr. DeCarmine partially addressed what I wanted to talk about, but in my research on this topic over the past over the past week or so, it's been brought to my attention that the population we're talking about when we talk about chronically homeless is about 300 individuals or so. I think that's from the last point in time count. And that it costs us with all those support services and the wraparound services that are needed to get these people to a place where hopefully ultimately they can graduate, while recognizing that some may never be able to graduate due to extreme circumstances. It costs us about $20,000 per individual per year to house them. You do the math, that's $6 million a year that we would need to house these 300 individuals. And I'm not giving that number to scare anyone or throw anyone off. I'm giving that number because it's a real number. And when we talk about this, having a street outreach team without starting to carve away at that number of how are we going to create that permanent supportive housing, as Mr. DeCarmine mentioned, I think the work that the county's doing with the budget in, which is the next agenda item, is an important step in the right direction. But I think that as a commission, when we talk about ending homelessness as an agenda item, we need to be thinking about how are we continuing to put together those permanent supportive housing options and other housing options so that we have the houses to move people into when people do this outreach. Because if we don't have the spaces and the places and the support services to provide them, then doing street outreach isn't going to do us much good. So I just wanted to address the housing piece of this, and to ask, I guess in particular, I was wondering if we had any information. I know that a while back, there was some discussion about Grace converting some of their units to more of their units, if they've done some to permanent supportive housing. on their campus. And there's been other conversations around permanent supportive housing options and ways that we could increase the amount of that we have in our community. And I was wondering if Ms. Tuck or Mr. DeCarmine or anyone on the call might have information about other efforts besides the budget in to increase permanent supportive housing options.
I think Mr. DeCarmine might.
I can speak just to a project that Grace is working on right now in converting one of the vacant buildings on the Grace campus into what looks like it will be about 32 units of studio apartments, specifically for people on fixed incomes or people graduating out of permanent supportive housing programs. We're in the initial stages of a capital campaign for that, and that is something that is not a quick solution. This will be our first, to be completely transparent, our first capital campaign, something that we are probably 2 years out from actually moving people in. Have heard from other hotels that are interested and available in fact, the owners are available to discuss selling those hotels and to create the ability to open up more opportunities for affordable housing. But there are also plenty of landlords who have plenty of vacant units in this community as well. Even looking at HUD's fair market rent of right around $790 a month, there are housing grants available, landlords available, and generally people, when we have good relationships with landlords, those landlords are wide open to, if we can pay 12 months of rent at a time, making those units available despite the barriers that somebody might present with when moving in.
And how many vouchers were you hoping for from GHA and Alachua County Housing Authority?
Well, we had asked for 10 for the initial street outreach proposal that we had brought to the General Policy Committee, looked at downtown street outreach for 6 days a week, giving us a 24-hour response time. For example, when you got a call about a potential person sleeping downtown, can somebody go talk to them, where we'd be able to respond within 24 hours. The total price tag for that was about $200,000, and that did not include any psychiatric support. We'd be looking at between $300,000 and $350,000 to bring in about a fifth of a psychiatrist who could go out and provide additional services who are beyond this, that for people who are kind of beyond the scope of our outreach team's care. And that was all tied to a request of 10 vouchers from Gainesville Housing Authority, with the idea that this would be a pilot project and we could demonstrate that this would work and we would be able to move forward with ideally some additional vouchers beyond, but 10 to begin.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chair, you have anybody else over there?
I do not, Mr. Mayor. Just, from my perspective, I know we've been moving in this direction for the last couple of years, whereby I believe after this year, the county will have $1.5 million in their recurring budget for permanent supportive housing, and the city will have $1.5 million in their grace budget. I think Commissioner Prizia just hit it right on the head. That's a lot of big numbers, but it's, just using easy math, 25% of the problem. So I think it's something that we need to continue to work on, but outreach teams is what we talked about for 2 hours on the previous item. And I think to Commissioner Johnson's point, if we could have staff come back to us with at least a start to some sort of a proposal that both the county and the city were actively involved in, naming a coordinating entity, which I believe the CSC is the right one, and then linked into both your housing efforts and our permanent supporting housing efforts. That's the step that we need. It won't solve the problem, but it keeps moving the football forward, and I think that's the goal here.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Wheeler.
just very quickly, I know I've been working with Meridian, and I know that they are committed also to working not only with our law enforcement within our schools, but also with the homeless folks and those who may have mental health issues, in terms of making sure that they're getting the services that they deserve and require. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Back to you, Commissioner Prizia, sorry, and then back to you, Mr. Mayor.
I was just wondering if we should take a stab at a motion.
Well, I know Commissioner Johnson had some thoughts too. I'm happy to do one if you'd like to, or you want to see what the city brings back.
We've got a couple more lights over here if we.
Okay. Yeah, back to you, Mr. Mayor, and we'll get to something in a minute.
Okay, thank you. real quick, Mr. Carmine, what's your proposed budget for the project on campus, the studio project?
At this point, we're waiting on the final plans from the architects. We're working with Walker Architecture, and we expect to see the final project plans within the next month or so. At that point, we'll begin shopping those around to contractors to see not only who might be willing to work with us, but what the total project cost would be.
Got a ballpark?
No, sir.
Okay. Will you let us know that when you do?
I'd be happy to.
Just so we can see if there's maybe something we can do. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to say that what I would like to see is for the continuum of care to prepare a proposal and submit it to the city and the county. I mean, if they're the ones that are going to be doing this, I think it should come from them what it is they need to do. We don't need to do it. We don't need to tell them. They need to tell us what they'll do and how they need support from the different participating agencies. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're absolutely correct, I think, on that. But let me say just a few things here. First of all, there are linked items within this agenda item that we need to hear too that have a bearing on what we're talking about. So I'd like to hear the remainder of any presentations that need to be made to us before we start making motions about this agenda item. The other thing I want to say, though, is if it costs us between $200,000 and $350,000 a year to honestly address this in a way that we've been talking about, not just for 18 months, but I've been involved in these conversations for years, and we all have. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And we're not going to, I love the idea of ending homelessness, but I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon, even if we throw all the money at it. The problem continues to happen. So that's fine. I don't want anybody watching this to think, oh, if we commit to spending money, it'll all be over in a year. No, this is an ongoing expense because people continue to be hurt by the world, and we have a responsibility to help them. And the next commission will, and the next commission, and the next commission. So don't get the idea that this is a one-time expenditure to go fix everything, because you'll be disappointed. But if between $200,000 and $350,000 a year will make an honest effort at actually helping people get a better life, most of the people who we're talking about, that sounds like a lot of money. But I want to ask a rhetorical question of everybody here and across the street and anybody watching at home. How much does it cost our community to not spend that money? How many millions of dollars are we throwing away and watching these people's lives be thrown away? I don't think, this is not a tough economic decision, frankly. It may be hard for us to carve out the money out of the budget, but we're losing a lot more than $350,000 a year as a result of not addressing the issue as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
It was for motion, but I think I agree with Commissioner Ward that we should wait.
I'd rather hold off and do one motion that deals with this entire item, which it may not involve anything else, but we'll see. Okay, so let's go to the next item, Mr. Chair, the update on the budget and proposal.
Yeah, I think that's a good next step. Just before we get to that, what I would support, Mr. Mayor, would be for city and county staff working together with the continuum of care to develop some sort of joint proposal on the street outreach program and present it back to both boards prior to the beginning of the next budget cycle, so we could at least see what they're thinking. I guess the next item, though, is the budget and purchase and use, and it's, as all of you know, across the street, an unbudgeted item that the opportunity presented itself, and so the county moved on it last week. I thought we'd have Mr. Smart and then whoever he asked, maybe Ms. Tuck and the manager, summarize kind of where we are, and then field any questions from the city side of the staff. We talked about this at our last county commission meeting. Certainly if the county commission has additional thoughts about it, let's have them weigh in, and then we'll kick it over to your side. So with that, Mr. Smart.
Thanks. And real quick, Mr. Smart, before you start, this is a total housekeeping thing, but our Mayor Pro Tem's gone, and I have to leave the room just for a second, so I'm going to pass the virtual gavel to Commissioner Santos. I'll be right back.
Mr. Smart?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Mayor, I'm Carl Smart, Assistant County Manager. As it relates to the budget end, the Board of County Commissioners has authorized and directed staff to move forward with the option to purchase the budget end, which is located on Southwest 13th Street. It is now currently used as a motel, and we're looking at a purchase price of around $2.16 million and to purchase that motel. It is being intended to use as a non-transient use, which means that there will be long-term leases, year leases for persons living there. It will be their permanent home. And there is an amendment to the zoning code being done right now that will clarify that it is allowed as a motel non-transient use. There are 36 units in that motel that can be used, and they're in good condition. It may require some updating of appliances and some minor repairs, but overall it's in good condition. We have done, and we're still completing due diligence. There's been a phase 1 environmental, there's been inspections done on the property. Right now, one of the last things that's happening is evaluating whether or not there's a tank, an underground tank, on the rear undeveloped piece of the property, not on the part where the buildings are, but on the rear undeveloped piece. There may be, and we have heard rumors to the effect that there's a tank underground, and so we will confirm that and then see what mitigation would be needed to take care of that. Closing will occur after those things are taken care of, after we've resolved the tank issue, after we resolve the zoning issue. We'll be ready for to move forward with the closing. The intent too is to have the property managed by the housing authority, the Alachua County Housing Authority. They have expressed a willingness to manage the property for the county. And so we think it would be one step forward in providing some affordable permanent housing for those persons who are in need in our community. We have, of course, Claudia Tuck online, and we also have Ramon Gavarete from Public Works, who's been in charge of doing all the due diligence. And so they may have a little something to add, and they can help answer any questions that you might have in reference to this purchase.
Mr. Smart, before we get to Mr. Gavarete and Ms. Tuck, just giving the numbers again, the purchase price, $2.16 million. How much of additional funds, remind me from the discussion last week, would we be adding to that number?
We talked about $25,000 would be kind of a top line for mitigation of the tank if there is a tank. And so that's an additional $25,000. I think there may be some additional costs. Mr. Gavarete may be able to speak to that.
Okay, and then on the ongoing operational costs managed by the Housing Authority, are they looking for any county funds to supplement that?
Yes, sir. There is a cost to that. Claudia?
Ms. Tuck?
Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners, they have presented us with a budget that would encompass the entire management of the complex. They would be the ones collecting the rent. They would be establishing capital funds, and they would also be looking for vouchers for some individuals. And that was on the November 10th meeting agenda.
Do you remember what those dollar amounts were?
I want to say it was about $40,000 a year for management, and we haven't gone with any discussion, and a lot of that was going to be to actually have an on-site manager.
So still to be determined. Okay. Is that all you had, or Mr. Gavarete?
The only thing I can say is this culminates a several year effort between the city and the county staff. Many of those that have been on the dais for years will remember we've looked at many motels across the county. We looked at converting some of the buildings at Grace. So we're very excited to have this opportunity to move forward and hope that if the zoning does get approved, it will open the door for other motels that may be struggling to operate as motels to convert to longer term affordable housing.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm pleased to announce too that Mr. Gavidarete just informed me that the consultant has found no evidence of a tank on the property. So
That's great.
we're
That's
clear
good
that-
news. That's great.
Yeah, very good. Good. Mr. Gabbarte, did you have anything else to add? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners. Just wanted to reiterate the immediate improvements are estimated now at around $220,000. That includes some ADA upgrades to a couple of units, some upgrades that might be needed also for the parking lot for ADA measures, and possibly also 2 new roofs in the next couple of years. So the board passed a motion authorizing up to $220,000 for immediate improvements, plus $25,000 not to exceed for any tanks. But we heard from the consultant today that they did not find any evidence of tanks. So that's my update.
Okay, questions for your side, Commissioner Alford, and then questions for the city commissioners. Commissioner Alford? Unmute.
Yes, Mr. Gavarete. What about sprinkling the building? Is that still part of that $220,000 budget? I don't remember.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, yes, that the estimate right now for sprinkling the buildings and the supervised alarm system is approximately $117,000. And then there's also going to be a need of a fire hydrant, which I've included about $20,000 in that estimate.
But that's all in the 220.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
all
Commissioner.
right, that's all I wanted to make sure of. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Mr. Mayor, questions from your side of the street for county staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Just one question. What will be the process, or will you leave it up to, I think it's Alachua County Housing Authority, not Gainesville Housing Authority? Did I get that right? What kind of process will you use to determine who gets to live there? Will it be a first come, first serve model, or will it be through targeted outreach?
Ms. Tuck?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we have not worked out the details of that, but we don't use anything on a first come, first serve basis relative to working with the homeless population. Everything is based on vulnerability. When programs are operated in a permanent supportive housing model, those individuals are assigned by vacancy on a caseload. So it's not that you have apartments that are sitting, it's staff who are available to assist individuals. And again, it's based on vulnerability.
And Ms. Tuck, Gainesville Housing Authority or Alachua County Housing Authority?
Alachua County Housing Authority.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the proposed closing date? Or do you have one yet?
Mr. Smart?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Mr. Mayor, could you repeat?
Proposed closing date?
I think we'll be done with the zoning issue by the end of January. So our closing should be immediately after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's all the questions that we have. Oh, you have a staff member that has their hand up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Ramon Gavarrete, Public Works Director. In addition to what Mr. Smart just indicated, we also have been advised by the board attorney that we should wait also for any protest time, any appeal time for any decision that the board might make on the zoning ULDC amendment. So to my knowledge, that could be up to another 30 days after the decision is made by the board.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see Commissioner Prizia. I'm looking at hands up. How about that? Commissioner Prizia?
Just a quick question for Ms. Tuck. Would it be fair to say you had mentioned that everything is done on a vulnerability index, and that's done through the continuum of care, correct? So it would be sort of correct to say that once these units are available for move-in, that it's likely that decisions about who would move in would be determined through that continuum of care?
Yes, that's Commissioner President. That's what I was referencing, that it would not be a first come, first serve. And the way we determine vulnerability in the continuum of care is completion of the VI-SPAN, which many of you may remember. Ian DeJong came in 2016 and shared that with us. That is overseen by the continuum of care, but partners across the spectrum complete that with the unhoused individuals.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, should we move to C, Dignity Village closure?
Yes, I think Mr. DeCarmine would appreciate that very much. I don't want
You
to
have the
assume too
floor.
much.
Yep, go ahead.
We don't have the dot cam's not working, so you're just gonna have to use your awesome words.
All right, so thanks again for the opportunity. Just wanted to give a brief update on where we are with the closure of Dignity Village. As of today, we have either permanently housed or had the former residents leave town for 81% of the roster. Overall, that is 113 individuals who have been moved into permanent housing, both by Grace as well as our partners, including the county. 67 people have left town. That is indicated by they have not received any homeless service within the past 90 days in a 5-county area. And there are 42 individuals remaining on the roster. Now, of those 42 who remain on the roster, 27 continue to live on the Grace Campground. Another 15 have moved elsewhere in the community, and of those 15, we know that two are living downtown. The remainder are living in camps and woods around the community.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
So, yes, so Mr. Chair, did you want, or Mr. Mayor, did you want to ask for a motion that I articulated, or you have something else in mind across the street? I see Commissioner Alford is unmuted.
I'm okay.
Okay.
We do have a question or comment from Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two different things. One of them is just wanted to raise that there is a funding gap for the Dignity Village. I think around $79,000. Last year we went in together with the county on a 50-50 split, and this year the transition to Dignity Village has taken longer than expected, and the city's put in $219,000, and we do have a funding gap of $79,000. So hoping that the county can help with that transition. And then one other thing kind of tying back to the street outreach that I think we need to address, and I was just on South Main Street today and going by consistently, but there's the sidewalks, some of the sidewalks are blocked and a wheelchair couldn't get by, and accessibility there. And there's also just, while there are personal items there, there are also just trash. I mean, there's some corn cobs that have been there in a trash bag and out there for weeks now. And I know that our city staff is kind of, I think, aren't going out there because of maybe the reactions that the city's had. I think we need to give direction to city staff. And I think I talked to Mr. DeCarmine earlier today that maybe we could have city staff go with Grace Marketplace staff out there to try to help kind of alleviate some of those issues. I don't think we need to be taking away someone's actual materials, but there is just trash that needs to be cleaned up. And also I think our sidewalks need to be clear so that people can walk on our sidewalks and not be blocked. So I'd hope that we can give a motion to our city staff to be able to give them the kind of freedom to be able to go down to that area and other kind of areas to be able to clean up the trash, and then also hopefully have Grace Marketplace staff that can kind of go with them at times to make sure that we are being respectful of people and that there is some outreach. I think maybe even a test case of kind of how outreach can work as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and before I get to you, Commissioner Johnson, because I'm just trying to keep everything that's come up fresh. One request I've heard is to have our two staffs work with the Continuum of Care to bring forward a proposal for a street outreach program. The second is to work with Grace to alleviate some of the trash and do some outreach to some folks in the downtown area and on South Main Street. And the third is to request that the county share in the final costs of the permanent transition of Dignity Village into Grace Marketplace, the residents out there. Is there anything else that I missed? Oh, I'll resend that request to the Gainesville Housing Authority for up to 10 vouchers. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like I'm accepted to make this motion, so I will.
We would love if you would, yes.
But first, I wanted to find out, at a former meeting, Commissioner Ward brought up the idea of lockers downtown. So what's happening with that?
Mr. Feldman, can you give us a status update? We asked for some, I think, portable restrooms and some lockers.
Right. So the portable restrooms have been installed. They're located behind old Fire Station 1, and there's a signage to allow our houseless population to know that they are there. In addition, we have put out the trash cans. That was also part of that request, and we're in the process of procuring the storage type lockers for there. They're not readily available. One solution was to use clean refuse bins, but I told staff I did not want us to look like we were storing the property of our houseless neighbors in garbage cans. So we're looking at procuring a better product.
Do we have a timeline for that?
I can get one. I know we were out in the procurement world right now, so, but I can furnish that to the commission.
Okay, thanks. So I move everything that the mayor mentioned. Do I need to be? Okay, and then I actually like to add one more piece to that, is that I think there's an expectation that there will be some additional COVID-19 relief funds coming our way and also the county's way. And in anticipation of that, I'd like to add that we find ways to prioritize that money for this effort for homelessness, houselessness, and street outreach teams, if that's possible with that money.
Okay. Madam Clerk, the motion was made by Commissioner Johnson. It was seconded by Commissioner Ward. It includes staff's working to bring back a proposal from the Continuum of Care for street outreach. Another request of the Gainesville Housing Authority for up to 10 housing vouchers. Prioritizing COVID, any future COVID relief money on homelessness and street outreach. Requesting that the county share equally in the final costs of closing down Dignity Village. And there was one more thing.
City staff work with Grace Mark Police, but on South Main Street.
Oh, the South Main Street cleanup in partnership with Grace. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Sacco?
Just to clarify, one thing that it was said earlier, but I wanted to clarify that it was part of the motion that staff would be working with, city staff and county staff would be working with the Continuum of Care to make that proposal together.
Correct.
As a joint unit.
Yeah,
okay.
Correct. And Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wanted to make one comment that I think a thing that is going to be helpful in making South Main Street feel and work a little better is next month when we can hear the proposal and potentially move forward with a permanent use of Fire Station 1 as opposed to just a big open empty space. I think that will be helpful to the neighborhood. One thing I'd like to add, just a small thing to the motion, is that when that proposal comes back, that staff work with kind of track that and bring funding sources or funding alternatives as part of the same discussion, so that we don't end up with, here's a proposal, okay, we'll get back to you after we talk about it the month after that when we discuss funding, and then it becomes the middle of the summer before anything gets accomplished. I just want to make it clear to staff that we need to hear some funding alternatives when it comes back.
Okay. Is that okay, Commissioner Johnson? That addition. Okay. With that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got Commissioner Prizia and then Commissioner Alford.
Thank you. I guess I first want to make a comment about, I have a question for Mr. DeCarmine and or Ms. Tuck about the 79, about the relationship around Dignity Village closing, sort of what the county and city split has been on that project. And if it was half and half, because that wasn't my original understanding of that. And then and then about the 79K, what that's needed for, and how that would be used. And then I just wanted to I wanted to echo what Gail said about the need for housing. With COVID-19, the evictions are ticking up, or at least the notices for evictions. And I just got a note from Jane Morowski from Family Promise that her call volume is going through the roof, and more families are finding themselves houseless, and they have nowhere else to go to put these families. And so the situation around COVID and homelessness is becoming desperate already. And so I do think it's worth us having a more robust conversation, maybe at our next joint meeting, and or even sooner than that, when this funding comes, about how we will address homelessness and COVID. But I do want to be careful that we don't make promises we can't keep. So I want the public to know that most of that state and federal funding that comes to local governments is really committed to only COVID related. And so some of the street outreach that we're doing may not qualify for that because of the fact that those people were houseless prior to COVID. So I just don't want to upset anyone or have them come back and say we made a promise then didn't keep it. But when it does come to COVID and houselessness, I am very committed to making sure that the funding goes in that direction.
So, Mr. DeCarmine, do you want to first respond, and then we'll have Ms. Tuck?
Sure, let's see if we can go 2 for 2 in agreement here. So for the Dignity Village funding, much like we had done with Grace funding early on, it was a 50-50 split between the city and the county. So last year we had entered into a 5-year contract with the city, with the initial split being 50-50. That included $299,136 for the transitional campground services as a part of closing Dignity Village. That was agreed to be a 2-year project. The first part of it was the closure of Dignity Village, the answering of where people go, and then of course the ongoing operations of the campground, including our work with the people who are on the roster but not on the campground, and that's at this point about 15 other people. So it had been a 50-50 split for year 1, and our understanding was that it would be a 50-50 split going into the 2nd year of the Dignity Village closure plan.
Thank you. Ms. Tuck?
Mr. Chair, Mayor, Commissioners, sorry, John, I guess it's 1 for 2. We were given direction, and our understanding was that the commission agreed to fund at the declining level Grace and then increasing the permanent supportive housing. But the Dignity Village budget, the closure was for 1 year, and we brought that back to the commission on 4 separate occasions. And at each time, we were advised by the commissioners that there would not be additional funding for that.
Okay, Commissioner Frizia, any more questions before we ask for a motion?
Just clarity that you're saying we didn't fund any of the initial 299K, or that we've been asked for additional funding and been
We did a
denied that?
we did a one-time award out of reserves. I believe, Ms. Tuck, it was 250. Is that right?
And it was the first year. It was a 1 year only. And the commission said they would do 1 year, but they did not want to put a budget for the 2nd year.
Commissioner Alford?
Yeah, I not to diminish the needs of the Dignity Village closure, but I did want to point out we just spent $2.16 million potentially of our unbudgeted funds towards the purchase of this facility, as I understand it, with a commitment towards possibly more. And I also wanted to talk about a couple of other things that if we could put them on the table for future discussion at our next meeting. We talked about our vulnerable population and COVID. I know the governor is the one that has the decision-making authority over where vaccines go, but if we have any opportunity to direct any of those vaccination efforts towards our most vulnerable populations, whether that's our unhoused neighbors or those that are in treatment facilities, I would like to make that effort. Secondly, I would like to ask for staff to, again, look into the possibility of the legalities of having an app to allow us to donate funds to unhoused individuals through some sort of a card system. Like I said before, I've been distributing blankets and coats downtown for the last couple of weeks, and I am watching the population go up, and I'm watching the the demographics of the population change, and it's really disturbing to me. And finally, this is completely unrelated to the other things that we've talked about with respect to our unhoused neighbors, but I think it's really important for us to do everything that we can to humanize this group of people, because we often tend to talk about them in a very abstract way, and I am disturbed by that, and I could tell from the phone calls of individuals that others are disturbed by that as well. And so when I was at the Florida Association of Counties meeting, I heard a best practice that is being done by another county in Florida, and that is they, similar to how we have an opportunity for a pastor or minister or rabbi or whoever to offer the invocation at our county meetings, they also offer a chance, or they create funerals for unhoused individuals and allow pastors and ministers to come officiate at those funerals, and they invite the public to attend, as well as the rest of the unhoused community members that may have been their friends. And I think that by adding that as an initiative to our efforts, I think we would create a more of a community feel of help, and more of a humanization of the problem, and a chance for these people to be honored and their stories to be told as best they can. And if that could be added to any motion, or if that could just be something that staff could look into for our next meeting, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. So before I ask for a motion, I think if we're in agreement, we could certainly do the first one that the city did, which is to move the city staff and county staff get together with the continuum of care to develop a joint proposal to present back to the boards prior to the upcoming budget cycle, along with what Commissioner Ward added, which would be different funding alternatives. I very much was going to bring up the FAC humanization of indigent funerals. I think that's a great one, so we could direct our staff to bring back some proposal on that, Commissioner Alford. And then before I get to the COVID relief funds, I wanted to ask, and that was, I guess, in Commissioner Johnson's motion, I wanted to ask our manager if she could just give both boards an update on what we know with regards to additional COVID relief funds that may become available, since it was in their motion, and should that also be in our motion?
I think it may be a reference to some additional housing funds that I know we've received, and Claudia can speak to that. But as far as the regular CARES funding, the $46 million that Alachua County received, at the end of the program, to the extent that we have any funds remaining, we've already determined, because they can be used for public safety dollars, that they would be distributed amongst the unincorporated county and all the municipalities in proportion to the municipality's spend for fire and police.
And have we estimated what the city's piece would be in a $6 to $7 million total assumption number yet?
I don't know the exact numbers and what's going to be left. The back of the napkin guesstimate is if there was around 11 million left, 10 million left at the end of the day, that would result in probably 2 or 3 million to the city of Gainesville, and those are just very general numbers, so I can't say for sure. Tommy has those numbers. Tommy Crosby has those numbers. And then, of course, the county would get 3 to 4 million of that, because we also have countywide ambulance that adds to our number. But then the city of Alachua, the city of High Springs has law enforcement and fire. City of they're not eligible. Sorry. The city, so there are some other cities that have law enforcement and fire that also would be eligible for the public safety dollars back. That is, in essence, a reimbursement. So that is unrestricted funds. So and the county is currently in the process of determining what to do with its unrestricted funds.
Okay, good. So I think that was important that the city commissioners at least hear that. So, commissioners, do I hear a motion on anything that we've talked about? or do we want to take it back to the city?
I move that we ask the county staff to coordinate with city staff and the continuum of care to develop a street outreach plan and an associated budget with proposed funding sources. And that we look at opportunities to utilize any COVID-related relief funds to address COVID-related homelessness. And I don't know what else.
The indigent care funerals?
Oh, yes, and that we move to work with staff to develop a plan for indigent care funerals and associated budget for that.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Got a second from Commissioner Wheeler. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we've got a little bit different.
All right, thank you. I did want to give our city manager's office, I think Ms. Bowie has been the one most intimately involved with Dignity Village, a chance to comment. I just want our two new commissioners to hear another perspective or understanding on the funding. I think you heard from Mr. DeCarmine, it was assumed to be a 2-year project, and I also wanted Ms. Bowie to have an opportunity to share her perspective. Ms. Bowie?
I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. So and listen, I know we've been exchanging a lot of memos and there's been a lot of numbers going back and forth, but I did want to clarify that it's my understanding that the costs that were originally allocated for the 500,000 were not, all of that wasn't expended. I think we all know we finished ahead of schedule. And that meant that I think the dollar amount came to $433,963. So we know that we had to roll forward out of that pot of 66,000. So a lot of this conversation predates me, and I think there's been some confusion when this comes up, but I understand two things. One, it was always understood that it was a 2-year closure of Dignity Village. We were fortunate that we were able to get it closed quickly in the middle of a pandemic, but we also, and I say we, I mean collectively, did not expend the full 500. So we know that the original allocation was short of about 66,000. So if you go back to, I think, September, one of the original funding requests for the county to assist in some of these additional costs, or not additional costs, but really the cost for the second year that I think were always known, took into consideration that you had a roll forward of $66,000, 66,037 to be exact. So I just need to clarify that because this has come up quite a few times where one, there's an expectation that the closure would take only a year. I'm certain that wasn't the case. And two, the full allocation wasn't spent in the first year of the closure. Does that make sense? I know this has come up a few times.
I guess it makes sense. Sorry. May I ask a question? But I apologize. I'm confused because we have, that's 66,000 that you're talking about, and then we have a request on the floor for 79,000. And I did ask about what that would be used for. I didn't get an answer to that question. So that's why it's not in the motion, not because I didn't want to have more discussion about it, but I felt like this part of the motion is something we could get through with and we could have a better discussion about that request.
Sure. And so John's here, he can speak about what it all covers, but the reason you see that deficit is because the city was shouldering all of the cost. It goes with, listen, getting it closed also meant that the city expended a lot towards security, toward the fencing, toward the full-time employment of a Dignity Village manager. I mean, we're all in anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000 in costs that the city paid for. So that's not reflected, of course, in any of these figures, but it needs to be said, right? So John is there and can flesh out, what the second year amounts will go to. But I wanted to just clarify that it was always a 2-year closure. There is a roll forward, and the city certainly paid a lot of those costs associated with getting that campground closed in the middle of a pandemic ahead of schedule. And we did that without county contribution.
Mr. DeCarmine, can you speak to what the second year costs are going towards?
Sure, absolutely. So of the roughly $300,000, that goes toward entirely towards operational and personnel costs for the closure of the campground and the ongoing campground operation. So there are no administrative costs. That funds 4 outreach workers who are working both with the people on the campground as well as combing the community to find and stay in touch with those remaining 15 people who are on the roster, as well as basic costs like pest control, garbage, waste removal, rental of portable toilets, and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so it looks like we've got a little bit different motions, but I think we can send it out to public comment. Obviously, if they both pass, we'll receive your request, and then we'll probably talk about it again over here.
Okay, sounds good. Adam, over to you.
We've got two speakers. The first is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, or good evening, Nathan Scott. I want to commend the efforts of Mr. DeCarmine, what they do at Grace. I think no one doubts that. The concern I have is that this has become a funding sink in perpetuity. The slide shows that the city over the next 5 years is going to pay $7.2 million of taxpayer money. The county's going to pay $1 million, and the county's gone into what I believe is a much more effective policy decision of rapid rehousing and using taxpayer money to actually solve the problem rather than serve as a magnet to entice additional panhandlers and homeless and everyone to come to Gainesville because of the generosity of the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. What concerns me is if you look at the numbers holistically on the ask for the closure of the second year funds, which I've listened to that discussion, and I think it's interesting that the city paid for the Dignity Village manager outside of the funds that were allocated. So that's another expense that we're not really tracking, which is a concern. But as the numbers are going down of the people that are camping at the tents, the cost is going up. And that doesn't seem to reconcile with solving the problem. It just seems to resonate with every time Grace wants more money, the city commission gives it to them. And so the question I have here, commissioners, and to the county commission is that, noting the city's on deck to spend $7.2 million, and there was discussion amongst commissioners on the city side of even spending more money. You guys spend more money at each meeting and hire more consultants. It's money that you don't have. My question is, when is this funding going to go down? And once people are housed, is this money being used for a continuing ongoing subsidy? Or is there some expectation that the people that are housed, once they get into housing, they're able to sustain themselves and help us pay for part of rent and such like that? I think the county's model does, but the city's model just seems to be throwing more and more and more money at a problem. And it's not that it's not well intended, but the city needs to be fiscally responsible and draw the line and say, look, we have other priorities, competing priorities, that we can't give ongoing, ever increasing amounts of money to Grace, because that doesn't solve the problem. That just serves as a perpetual magnet, an endless do loop of you house people and you pay for more people, and it's like a magnet attracting people, commissioners. So the point here is, why isn't the funding levels going down on an out-year basis? Why are those funding levels continuing to remain constant and or increase with all the additional funding requests and the discussion of the commission? I would suspect that since Grace has been effective at rehousing people, that those numbers would go down over time, and then that money could be redeployed elsewhere, because there's a host of additional priorities. I mean, Commissioner Cornell, about the crumbling roads. It is what it is, but let's get some answers to that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jackson, you are next on the line. You have 3 minutes.
It's Shanae Jackson again, and I always get tickled when I have to call in after Nathan Scott. I give our city commissioners and our mayor a hard time, but if there's ever a time that I appreciate you all, Mr. Scott reminds me that it always could be worse. So I would like to say this. I fully support the work that is done at Grace, and I'm very appreciative of the work that Mr. DeCarmine has done. But to answer Mr. Scott's question on why the funding is not going down, it is because more people are being filtered into Grace in other places because of our lack of support for getting to houselessness. So I think that seems to be basic common sense to someone like me who actually does this work, and I do it for free. The thing about the dedicated outreach team speaks to a bigger issue. We need to have people that are hired, yes, and pay more staff in order to do it. What I'm learning in this work is that each time that our commissioners, city and county, give something back to staff, it just gives more responsibility to a staff that already might be inundated with other things. In other cities and in other counties, they're using something called a participatory community engagement model, where you actually utilize the people in the community to help support and do this work, and you pay those particular people. One of the speakers stated that people who do the social work aspect may not want to be the people that want to get on the ground and go out there and go dig in a ditch looking for someone. That is the reason that we need to get creative. So when you do have funding allocations, that you're finding creative ways in order to pay people, number one, what their worth is. A person that does have a social work degree is already being underpaid for the services that they provide, but perhaps creating a model where they have assistants that can actually do some of the ground and the legwork where they help to do the paperwork and better service those clients with more support would be something that should be beneficial. Additionally, as you're talking about this continuum of care, stop just putting the same people at the table. Bring in new voices and people who actually do this work. Because one person actually stated that there's many landlords that are willing to help to get people housed. I literally am about to send 2 emails about 2 different scenarios. And these are scenarios of people trying to get them housed that we couldn't get resolved before me reaching out to the city and the county. It's literally an everyday thing. And it's one person who has a voucher, but because of her background. Over in West Gainesville, even the SWAG community is now getting involved because now what's happening is landlords won't even sign leases. They're having people to go month to month. So as we go forward, as we keep passing these motions, as we keep proceeding, there's some really important puzzle pieces that are being left out. And one of those is it seems like we keep talking about people that are homeless that just go to St. Francis House, that just go to Grace. But there's many people in our community that work at Shan, that work for the city of Gainesville, that work in our school systems who are homeless. They're houseless. They're living with other family members with 10 to 12 people in a household. So even though we have a lot of solutions, there's still a lot of gaps. And it's time to get more creative and find better ways in order to address this.
Ms. Jackson, we appreciate your comments. Mr. Mayor, that was the last comment. The floor is now yours.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dodds.
Yeah, if I could, very briefly. The closure of Dignity Village predated my position with the COC. But one thing I've been able to come to understand in my position is that the process of closing Dignity Village, obviously closing an encampment, this is not a new problem. This is not a Alachua County problem. This is not something that only happens here and only happened now. But the timing of it during a pandemic, the size of the encampment, the way that it was accomplished and is still being accomplished, but the process that it took is really a model that can be utilized throughout the country. And I've noticed that now, and I've seen that now in my discussions with other communities. The way that John and Grace came to the continuum and asked for the prioritization of those individuals through our coordinated system in order to divert enough of those individuals, in order to house enough of those individuals to avoid folks going to jail, ending up downtown, really is something that we can be proud of as a community. So I just wanted the opportunity to just, I think we take for granted sometimes the great providers we have in this town. John and Commissioner Prizia mentioned Jane Moraski at Family Promise and Teresa Beachy. We're really fortunate that we have some incredible experts in these fields providing services. So I just want to take the opportunity to laud them and you know, give my support to the way this process has played out. Thank you.
Thank you. You good, John? You're a pro. Okay, back to the commission. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your thoughts. Back to the commission, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be as brief as possible. The reason we keep spending more money is because we haven't done it right yet. We haven't done it right yet. As anyone listening heard, we have not deployed social workers in the field. There's a minimum number of people out there trying to do an enormous amount of work. We've had tremendous results for the modicum of funding we've provided over the years. As Mr. Dodds just pointed out, we get great results. We have some national models in our community. The organizations that are doing this work are doing an unbelievable job without the funding they need. If we ever got serious and funded it the way it needs to be funded, we could make progress. But as long as we give the absolute minimum and pretend that it's enough, it's not going to work. That's why we still have homelessness. That's why we still have to keep spending money on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thanks. We do have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously with Ariola and Simmons absent. Back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to lose sight over much of the good that has come out of this budget item. We talked about future budget for street outreach. We talked about a significant amount of money on the budget in purchase, 2.16 million and 220,000. We talked about more CARES Act money coming in that's going to go to both sides of the street. I think really we talked about actually a whole new program that Commissioner Alford brought up. I think the only difference between our motion and yours is this $79,000 difference, which is 39,000 on both sides. Seems like a really small number in the grand scheme of things, but with your motion passing, your request will be sent over to us. I will commit that we will certainly talk about it once again at that point when that request comes over. So any further discussion from this board before we vote? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion is unanimous. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I guess next up is commissioner comments from the county and the city.
We have one other item, but we can, it actually doesn't.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
go
well,
ahead.
it's the, you've already taken action on it, but we could do it quickly, I think. We want to just authorize our staff to join the amicus brief on the conversion therapy ban. I think you all took action at your last meeting on that.
We
so
did.
Can we do that real quick, Commissioner Ward?
Yeah, go ahead. We took action on that at the last meeting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This didn't come to us until after the last opportunity, after our last meeting, so that's why it's just appearing now. And thank goodness we can do it, because it has to be in within the next few days. So I move that we direct our attorney staff to join in the amicus brief regarding the conversion therapy ban case.
Motion is second. The motion was Ward. The second was Hayes Santos. Adam, over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me check. Hold on one second. Let's go live. I'm going to assume that Mr. Nathan Scop would like to speak on this issue. Mr. Scop, if you're there, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Nathan Scott. So I'm not in favor of the city spending taxpayer money to join the amicus brief on this. I mean, the county's taken action. The city doesn't need to piggyback or expend limited staff and legal counsel time on virtue signaling. You may feel strongly about it. Feel free to write your own personal letters. But I don't believe that the city needs to, I don't believe this is good use of taxpayer money. The Mayor Poe, I'm specifically asking for general public comment. Read the agenda statement. It states that this will be on there. I was not afforded the opportunity to speak at the beginning of the meeting, bring this to your attention, but nevertheless, your adopted agenda statement says the public will be afforded general public comment, and it's not line item on the agenda. So don't skip over it, or we can address this before the proper legal procedure if we need to. But I think that you should afford the public the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, we have no further comment on this issue. The floor is again yours.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Shelley. I meant to get to you before we took a vote. Go ahead.
That's okay. I did just want to clarify that this item is just to authorize the city to be listed in the brief as a participant. My office, there will be no staff time in my office expended on it. It's being handled by the attorneys for the jurisdictions that were challenged, and there will be no cost to the city.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. And the motion did pass unanimously with Ariola and Simmons absent. Mr. Sheriff, back over to you.
I think we've got on our agenda next, we've got public comment.
Okay, Adam, over to you. Public comment.
Yep.
All righty. We have one commenter at this time, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and I'll try not to use all the 3 minutes. So my public comment is simply this. Clearly, the county, unlike the city commission, wants to be transparent. Mayor Poe, I would say to you, the agenda statement is inconsistent with the agenda adopted by the commission. And I think that this has been an ongoing problem. And as we are in a virtual environment, there is public participation at the meetings, but case in point, Audit and Finance Committee had public comment, and then they had member comment. On Thursday, there was a disconnect where there was no public comment at the General Policy Committee meeting, despite me being on hold for 4 hours. speak on an item that is not on the agenda. And here on this agenda, you have an agenda statement that is completely inconsistent with the line items on the agenda as it relates to the general public comment and early public comment. So I don't know if this is a issue with the clerk, but certainly as the presiding officer of the meeting, it's well within your power to address these legitimate concerns. And when I asked you about this in an email on Friday, you merely stated, well, you followed the adopted procedure of the commission. Well, the commission's own rules, as was affirmatively voted by the commission, has reinstated general public comment for all meetings, including committee meetings. So I expect you to follow the lead of the county and the city commission to follow the lead of the county, because I think it's instrumental that you as elected officials will want to hear from the public and have the public have a meaningful opportunity to be heard. That's my concern with this, because again, if you look, and I've got this all documented in screenshots, dial-in number published by the clerk on the official notice of the meeting, I was on hold and got skipped right over because I was to speak on this very point at the beginning of the meeting. Likewise, too, the streaming Facebook video, which is not the official source, had a different number. So all this could be avoided, and the county doesn't have this problem because the county is transparent. The county wants to hear from its constituents, even if we criticize them. The commission doesn't like that. So you guys can criticize me all you want, but I'm going to continue to stand up for transparent government, good governance in City Hall, and the opportunity of the public to be heard from their elected officials, because you answer to all of us, even the ones that are critical. You may not like it, but if you're going to be critical of it, then maybe this isn't the job for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that is our last public comment. You have the floor.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we will now move to county commission comments. Commissioner Wheeler, do you have anything? Yeah, Commissioner Wheeler, you're recognized. Go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I do. I just thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Mr. Morales and Ms. Ford for their comments and their concerns about comments that I had made when we were discussing pedestrian safety in the right-of-way. I certainly did not mean to come across as being unconcerned for these folks. These are our neighbors, and I regret any tone that I used that would in any way diminish my concern for these folks. I think these are hard conversations that are being had out in the community. These are concerns that I've heard from the community. And though I don't consider myself a harsh and uncaring person, the way I sounded perhaps made me present it that way. There's a lot of frustration in not being able to handle the needs that require folks to stand in the median and collect funds for their daily needs. And I am very much concerned that we do move forward in getting these folks housed who want to be, and the mental health that people need if they require it. And so I just want you folks to know who are listening, particularly Mr. Morales and Ms. Ford, that I take your concerns to heart. And Commissioner Alford, you may be confused with me often, so I will always rise to your defense. I promise. When I'm wrong, I own it. And I just want folks who are listening and our fellow commissioners to know that I do care very much about this population of folks, and am working very diligently under the current to make sure that these needs are being met. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those comments. Commissioner Prizia, do you have any comments?
I do. I just, it's not something that was brought up during today's conversation, but I did want to sort of raise something that I think speaks a little bit to what Mrs. Jackson brought up in her public comment, and something that I hope we can talk with the city and others about in the future, and that is coordination of support for our community basic needs. We have so many different social services and different programs, and I think that the our community support services at the county has done a good job of trying to be a one-stop shop for those things, with the computer for some programs and support for those, and a house that people can go to talk about others. But it's still very, very difficult for people to navigate, especially when they're trying to make ends meet and often have transportation and other limitations for their families. And so I'd love for us to, at a future meeting, look at how we might address issues of coordination and of support services for our communities that are struggling. And in particular, I think we've got a great model in what we do with our first responders and our coordinated care there for 911. And perhaps there are some opportunities to look at a service like that for social services. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Alford.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a really good meeting, and I appreciate the excellent support that we've gotten from staff from both the city and the county. I wanted to readdress something that I've brought up twice, which is this ability to be able to donate money to our unhoused neighbors without having to hand them cash. It has another benefit if we can reference people by their HMIS numbers, of allowing, for instance, I've had to call 911 on a couple of folks that have been passed out in front of my downtown office, not my county commission office, my other office. And I don't know if they are having a drug issue, or if they're passed out because they're an alcoholic, or because they're in a diabetic coma. But by having a link to their HMIS number, that would be information I wouldn't have access to, but the ambulance drivers would, and it could literally save lives and potentially save, our community money in terms of medical care. So I want to put that out there again as a potential way to, while it doesn't solve the housing problem, it does reduce misery. And, we can work on both things simultaneously. The second thing I wanted to bring
on that item, Commissioner Alford,
yeah.
just without objection, if we could just refer that to the manager to get with Ms. Tuck and bring us back some talking points to discuss.
Yes.
Without objection, commissioners?
No.
Yep. Okay, you got it.
That'd be great. And then secondly, this is something I would like to talk to the city about addressing. One of our goals now is to keep people in their homes, right? So if we can reduce the housing cost. So in the county, GRU charges an extra fee for people that live outside the city limits of Gainesville. And as Gainesville has grown, the metro area of Gainesville, it doesn't necessarily match up with, with the city-county lines. And so it feels rather arbitrary that somebody on one side of the street is paying more for their utilities than someone else. And I guess my request to the city is to do a little research on the history of what that surcharge was originally for. I understand it was for some fire service issues, something like 25 years ago. But it's just sort of stayed on the books and become just an extra source of revenue. And at this time, when so many people are struggling to pay their bills, if there's no real justification for that extra charge other than just another way to collect money, I would like to see if we can. This would be a really good time to drop that charge off the bill, and be able to lower the housing costs for people that live in the unincorporated area. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Alford. And then my only comments, Mr. Mayor, are, first of all, I think I agree, Commissioner Alford, this was a while long, 4 and almost a half hours. We did a lot of good stuff, folks. We gave some direction based on the new superintendent. We talked about food. We talked about getting in sync on this pedestrian safety, and we passed some motions on homelessness. So I'm very pleased with the progress. I did have a conversation with the city manager, Mr. Feldman, and the mayor this morning at the legislative conference regarding some concerns about the county's recent direction on solid waste. And since we're all together, I just wanted to see, Mr. Feldman, if you wanted to speak to that, since we've got both commissions here. And I'm happy to turn the floor over to you, and then we've got county staff here as well that could maybe respond.
Sure.
Good.
Chair, I'd be happy to, but recognize that the hour is late. I think there's a little bit of confusion. The city staff, as we're preparing the RFP, is dedicated to ensuring that all the provisions that the county wants are included within the RFP, or actually it'll be a bid.
Could you talk about the difference between a bid and an RFP?
So a bid is price. You have to meet minimum qualifications, and then it's price. An RFP is where you have a selection committee that interviews and makes a ranking based upon price as a factor and other qualifications. And as I've told others, I've been through this before, and to make this a more simplified process, a bid is my recommendation. I think there was a question that the county staff had about yard waste being in there, and while we may not be bidding yard waste specifically, we certainly can put a yard waste option into the city's bid. So as I've told my staff, we're willing to sit down again with whoever at the county, because I think there will be strength in numbers, and having a unified system is still the best option.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lieberman or Mr. Harriet, did you want to respond?
I'll let Mr. Harriet respond because I know our staff has been meeting virtually every week with the city for almost a year on this project. So I'll let Mr. Harriet address that.
And Ms. Lieberman, we're going to work on your microphone. You're a little crackly. I know it is late, but it is a little crackly. So I got to get you a new microphone or something. Mr. Harriet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As Ms. Lieberman indicated, we've been working with city staff for quite some time, many months now, on a weekly basis. The proposal that the city staff has sent to the legal department, I believe it's in your legal department right now under review, is a request for bids. And as the city manager indicated, that's a price only bid. And once you receive it, you select the lowest and move forward with the lowest bid. Whereas RFP would allow you to negotiate. You could ask for price, but you don't have to necessarily take the lowest price. The RFP process is the one the county used to select the landfill for the disposal, due to the fact that it was much more environmentally green than some of the other proposals. It was not the lowest price, but it was probably the best suited and aligned with the city and county goals for solid waste disposal. So that was discussed in the committee meeting, and the selection was made as an RFP. Had we done the low bid approach on that, like you will find out on the solid waste contract, it's the low price is what you take. It is a more expeditious approach. The low bid process is a more expeditious approach, but the RFP allows you to make a selection not only based on the dollars, but also on the approach to the service-oriented contract. So that's why our recommendation to the board was based on a RFP approach and not a bid approach. I can tell you the bid document drafted by the city is clearly a city service. It's not a joint service. It's not a joint contract. And there's really no benefit out of volume of garbage that comes in under the bids under that contract by the way it's specified. Section 4, the service area, is defined as the service area includes all the land within the incorporated area of the city and properties owned by the city in Alachua County. So you will receive bids based on the volume of garbage produced by the city. So if we come in and tack on to the end of that, we won't see what any benefit for volume. We'll merely be paying the price the city pays at that point. It does allow for adjustments of the service area by annexation or ordinance or county ordinance or de-annexation or other action, but it doesn't address a multi-combined possibility of a bid between the two volumes of garbage. As Mr. Feldman indicated, there is no yard waste collection in the contract. Yard waste is still something we want collected under contract and is still important to the county. There's also a restriction in the contract for collection services. The city is asking for Monday through Thursday collection, evenly distributed. That's in section 9.2, as well as dedicated vehicles only to the city. So the vehicles that are used in the city would only run in the city and would not be allowed by contract to run in the county area. We just felt with those additives and those requirements that this was basically a low bid contract where the city could piggyback onto or the county could then piggyback onto the end of it. And procurement wise, that's a pretty big contract and service orientation to piggyback on, but we didn't feel it was bringing the best service to the county. We had talked to WCA and they had put on the table a 5-year extension with no cost increase. And in our discussions with WCA, they offered many options that we could negotiate a la carte for example, different recycling approaches or organics. If we wanted to try test projects, we can go back to WCA and negotiate those a la carte during that 5-year period based on the board's directions. But we felt at that point, in reading the contract with that the city has put out there with their legal department, we felt the best approach was to keep the same collection cost over the next 5 years and prepare ourselves for another request for proposals 5 years from now. Well, it would actually be about 3 years from now.
Thank you, Mr. Harriet. So, I mean, the point of me bringing this up at Commissioner comments is this could be another whole meeting. The mayor and I just talked about it actually not being another whole meeting, but I know the county has acted. I know if the city is going to be acting soon, then, you know, I don't know what can be changed at this point, but I just wanted everybody to hear the same thing from both staffs.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I can just comment, everything could be changed at this point. That's what I've been trying to message in there. The document we're drafting right now is based upon the county not coming in because we have not gotten, at least to my understanding, the aspects that the county would like to include. We have not gone out. There is no document. I have not even seen a document yet to call a bid document to. So I'm not sure what the assistant county manager is referring to as an actual document. But before you give up on this process, maybe Mr. Harriet, myself, Mr. Mann, and our staffs can all get together in a virtual room or a room and just work out these details.
I would encourage that. Time is certainly of the essence. Okay, that's all I have. I think that's all from the County Commission. Mr. Mayor, City Commission comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Mayor, I'll be relatively brief. Now that we have received direction on our taxing structure and an unagendaed item presentation, I will refrain from a full history on how GRU spread services across the unincorporated area, and point out that in many cities, many municipal utilities, the deal was always come into the city, annex in, and we'll provide services. That's not the way GRU has worked over the years. I would also point out regarding funding in general and taxation that it's not traditional for cities like ours to provide social services. We do that. We have filled a gap that is traditionally a county responsibility with homeless services. We're happy to be a partner on that. But you know, if we're going to be asked to cut our tax structure, then I'm going to have to ask that you pick up more of the slack on social services. Thank you.
Hey, I want to thank everybody. I agree with the chair. This was a productive meeting. We are on our winter break starting tomorrow, and so I wish everybody a very safe and healthy into 2020. We will be greeting with enthusiasm 2021. And we have a lot of work ahead of us. So I hope you all get some good quality time off and show up next year ready to fight for the things we believe in. I appreciate working with all of you. That includes people at this dais, our 2,200 members of our organization, our community builders, and my colleagues across the street. We are lucky to have everybody so dedicated to doing the good work of our community. And that is what I am grateful for this season. So thank you, and with no further business before us, we are adjourned.
Here, Mr.